Well, good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Hi, good morning. While you're sitting down, hey, hi. A very big welcome to this amazing venue, Smock Alley Theatre, which is the oldest and newest theatre in Dublin, we've heard. One of the oldest buildings that was a theatre, then became a church, then became a place to store alcohol, of course, and then became a theatre again. So welcome very much to this amazing, amazing venue, and welcome to Free Electron 2025's Open Day, the last moment official of the program. Welcome. But before I get ahead of myself, the proper welcome will be given to you by Catherine Sawyers, Deputy CEO of ESB. Marguerite.
Morning, everyone. Prepare yourself for lower energy than that. I am thrilled, though, to be here this morning and to welcome you all here to this open day for Free Electrons of 2025. It's a fantastic event for us to be involved in. We're very proud of our involvement, which is owned to our innovation team, led by Donald Phelan and John McKiernan, who's been involved since the beginning. So many thanks to them. Thank you all for being here this morning. I was going to welcome, I suppose, the key people for this event are our utility partners who have come from all corners of the world and travel long distances, and particularly the 15 finalists, the startups that have got to this stage of the programme, which is absolutely phenomenal. I'll be talking about the numbers now shortly. But it's a small bit disingenuous for me to welcome you here because you've been here for the last 2 days, and actually this is my first time in this building, but I have to say I'm really impressed. It's amazing. It's a fantastic venue, so I'm absolutely positive with the speakers and the venue you're going to have a fantastic day. So we have our real mix of people in the room, so as well as the startups and the utility partners. There's a lot of my own colleagues from ESB here, so it's great to have you here this morning, and I think more people will be coming as the day goes on. It's not the most familiar venue maybe, so people are probably going to be coming between this and maybe the next hour or so. Also, we have invited guests, so those of you that we have issued an invitation to, again, who've travelled some distance to be here, we're really, really grateful that you're here with us today. I think you're going to find that it's an absolutely inspiring day with brilliant content and fantastic people to meet. We're hosting Free Electrons, I suppose, here in Ireland, in a country that isn't always synonymous, or people don't think of Ireland when you say innovation. But I suppose within Ireland, we're kind of very proud of our history, and we feel that we have kind of punched above our weight in innovation. And even at that, that's before I mention some of the things I'm about to mention. So there's some items in everyday use in the world that were invented in Ireland, and actually we probably don't celebrate it enough. And I was just going to mention a few of those, just maybe particularly for the Irish people here, because I didn't know, so maybe you don't know. So the first one that I don't think we've got any of ourselves anymore, but they're certainly deployed in other parts of the world, are submarines. So the first submarine was actually invented in Ireland. And continuing that defence theme, the first ejector seat came from Ireland. I have no idea how that came about, but apparently it saved an awful lot of lives in World War II. And also then on the health side, there's another defence one. Can't think of it. On the health side, incubators for babies came from Ireland. The stethoscope that's still in use today, the principles of it, I'd say it has been improved a fair bit, but the stethoscope came from Ireland. And also, this one's a bit gas as well, the hypodermic syringe also came from Ireland. So we don't only do drink, we also do drugs. And finally, just to mention two that probably won't surprise you. So the first one is the tractor, and they're definitely still in wide use in Ireland. And the last one is whiskey, which I know Scotland would say came from Scotland, Ireland say came from Ireland. The thing that did surprise me is within Ireland, it's the monks that came up with whiskey. As long as they're not the same people that came up with the hypodermic needle, that's okay. So anyway, so if you're new to Free Electrons, we're going to give you a little bit of information about it. Manuel will give you a much better sense of it later, and you will get a sense of it as the day goes on, because it really is a very special event. So, you might be tempted to think it's just another startup accelerator, but it isn't. It's a real fellowship and a global fellowship at this stage. Just in terms of what it is trying to achieve, it's very much focused on energy and the energy transition. So it's applying all of that fantastic creativity and innovation and brains, but to the issue that's very core to the heart of a lot of people in the room. The other thing that gets bounced around a lot, I suppose, is that term open innovation. And at this stage, it's kind of a buzzword people nearly glaze over. But if you want to understand true open innovation, spend a bit of time with a free electrons cohort, and you really get a sense that it's not just a startup as they're defined. It's an incubator that is about a way of life, and that real partnership, trade of ideas, trade of problems, and finding those solutions that go with it. So it is mindset in action for sure. And in ESB, I think, which is our company, we're one of the founding partners here, we also feel that we have been very innovative over the years in lots of different ways, depending on what the energy crisis was at the time. We're not so much inventors, but we're certainly adopters, and I would say courageous adopters. So quite an amount of technology has been adopted in early stages in ESB, and that's one of the reasons we're so happy to be involved here with the startups, because already right across our customer business, our generation business, and particularly I think in our grid business, there are ideas and solutions that are coming to us that are really helping us with the various issues that we have to deal with today. And they include trying to maximise the amount of renewables we have on the system, to keep the system stable while we do that, to make sure the reliability of all of our equipment, whether it's renewables or stations, etc., is as good as it can be, to help customers to engage with the energy transition and give them information and show them products, and then also on the grid, as I mentioned, to make sure that we have as smart and as efficient a grid as we possibly can. So just a few numbers. I hope I'm not stealing a march on yourself now, but this is the 9th year of free electrons, so no pressure for next year. Next year is going to be a really big event. And since it started, there have been 200 pilots. So a pilot is a project, as you'd expect, at an early stage between usually a utility partner and one of the startups to solve a specific issue or to try to solve it. And those 200 pilots represent 132 million of investment in the last 9 years. So fantastic access to capital for the startups, and certainly in the case of utilities, which is I suppose where I'm from or I represent, we really appreciate that access to these great solutions. Now of the 200, some of them worked and are now business as usual. More didn't, but you learn from that, and then some new ideas built on what was tried and tested before, and the next thing might work. So this year, I've mentioned we have 15 finalists. They came from a list of 877 applicants. So to be in the final 15 out of 877 is absolutely incredible. So I think that definitely deserves a round of applause for the startups. So I should mention as well that this is truly global. So those 877 applications came from 86 different countries, which isn't far short of half the countries of the world. So massive reach here between the utility partners and particularly the interest in the startups. So it's a phenomenal success. But it's not all about numbers. Obviously, it's about people, and we're all very conscious within utilities, and I know the startups as well, is that we're trying to do something a bit bigger, particularly when you look at how important the energy transition is, how important being able to impact and try to improve climate change impacts is, and how big a role that energy has to play in that. And energy is also fundamental to the economies of the world. So in every way, it's really, really important. And the communities that we serve, both as startups and innovators, the Free Electrons programme, and also the utility partners, are really core to all of this as we try to come up with a cleaner, smarter and more resilient energy future. So you're going to hear from fantastically interesting people today. There are wonderful speakers, panellists, and then you'll get to see the grand finale announcement later on, the prize giving. So today is about sparking ideas and forging new partnerships, new relationships, and also challenging the status quo, asking the hard questions and taking the inspiration from the people you're going to hear from. And just to steal, I was listening to a bank ad of all things on my way here this morning, Allied Irish Bank AIB, I hope they don't mind me stealing it. And what they said was in their ad, you know, it's not just about what if, it's then building on what if to something I've forgotten. What's next? Yeah. So if you go from what if to what's next, I think that is actually not a bad kind of a subtext for what's happening in free electrons. So you take a problem, you try and find solutions, so what if, and if they don't work, or even if they do, it's all about what's next. So to the 15 amazing finalists I mentioned already, just to thank you for your vision and your courage and your commitment. I'm somebody who needs a lot of certainty in my life, and I find the people involved in startups who have no certainty to be absolutely incredibly brave people. When that winner is announced later, I know they're going to be truly worthy and very impressive. I don't envy the judges because it's a very hard decision. For sure, but just to say to everybody else to remember that One Direction didn't win X Factor, so I'm just saying. Anyway. So just a few thanks before I finish. First of all, to our utility partners. I think we have forged a fantastic fellowship and we have great relationships that actually transcend the programme into business as usual, and we know, and we've taken advantage of that to reach out during the year when we have particular issues. So thank you so much for travelling here and for being such fantastic partners. To the speakers we have lined up today, thank you for bringing your insights. I know it's a fantastic lineup and everybody's going to be enthralled later on. And to everybody else who's come here to support the startups and to learn and to listen, you're so welcome. And like I said, I think you're going to have a fantastic day. So events like today are really important. They're where conversations start that lead to ideas, that lead to solutions. So thank you very much for being part of it, and let's hear how we're going to build this energy future that we need to build together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marguerite. Thank you. And since you're thanking everybody, I think thank you, ESB, for hosting this moment. And hosting is not a simple task. As you know, and as the team knows, it's logistically complicated. You have a lot of investment into it. But it's a very honest thing. You also get a lot out of it. So thank you, ESB, for all of this, being here, and all the support that you've given through 9 years of free electrons. So ESB, thank you. So free electrons, you didn't miss anything. So I think we've covered everything. It's an open innovation program. It's global. We have utilities from Japan, from Hong Kong, from Australia, Ireland, of course, Portugal, Germany, and Canada. That's pretty global. We have startups from all over the world. I mean, we covered also the numbers. I think the only ones we missed are 68 million in deployments, 48 million in direct investment throughout the 9 years, and 132 plus millions in generated value. So every day it goes up. It's hard to keep up the numbers, but these are impressive numbers for a mechanism of innovation that has proved its value a long time. And like I said, it's an honest program, as in as much as you put in, you get out. And utilities through the years have put in a lot of effort. And if you look at the program 9 years ago and now, the maturity of innovation, of the innovation teams is a whole different level. It's a whole different game. And you notice it in things like the speed of execution, the speed of testing, the speed of implementation. So well done, utilities. It's been a learning curve for everybody, and especially you. Today, we have the wider ecosystem, which is really good because we have investors, we have academia, we have parts of the energy sector here in this room. We'll have moments to network. Okay, I can talk about the agenda. Let's go. We'll have moments to listen to the startups and also to be inspired. So what can we expect today? We start off with a treat in just a few minutes about courage, about resilience, and about adventures at sea. And then we'll have a set of panels where we won't have pitches, as you might expect in an open day, but we'll have a listen to all the startups. So all the startups of this cohort will be on stage, of course, telling you what they're doing, but not in a format that is a pitch. So we're innovating in that sense as well, and that will be going on 4 different topics. So the first panel will be on maximizing renewable generation, the second, network capacity, third, network resilience, and the fourth, empowering customers, covering all the broad areas that this cohort and the program is working on this year. Then we'll have a break and have a path to the 10th edition, which is not only a huge celebration, but a validation of this innovation mechanism, which is free electrons, and the award ceremony at the end. Packed day, good day, networking day. In between, we have plenty of moments for you, the wider ecosystem, to interact with the startups. Once, twice, next time. So you need to engage, and you can have a look at what they're doing, because upstairs we'll have booths or spaces where startups can present what they're doing in a more tangible way. So make use of it, and also make use of the app where you can connect directly with the startups, get their email, and connect that way. Practicalities. Wi-Fi. We all need it. It's the bloodline of everything we do. Here is the network that you can access, and the password, Dublin, capital D 2025. Good. The theater and the spaces that we have essentially 3 rooms. This is the theater. You've been upstairs for coffee and drinks and some food, which is the banquet hall. And there you have the startup, well, we'll call them booths, not really booths, but the spaces where you can interact with the startups. But there's a third networking space, which is the boys' school. And as you leave the theater, on the left, if you continue straight, you have something that, I don't know, maybe looks like a chimney, and you're going down. That's the boys' school, because it was a boys' school. And kids were having lessons there. And so you can, network there as well. Now, it's my pleasure to call up on stage Stacy Rivers. And Stacy is Chief Innovation Officer of Bladebug, which is a 2024 startup of free electrons, and chartered marine technologist with nearly 33 decades of maritime leadership, and former commercial diver and adventure athlete, as you'll see in just a few minutes. She's now rowing across the Atlantic to raise awareness of ocean threats and climate change. Please welcome Stacy Rivers.
Thank you very much. Bear with me 1 second. I was a lot younger in that photo, but the suit still fits. So. Okay. So, firstly, hello, and thank you to Manuel, Marguerite, and the ESB team, as well, of course, the rest of the Free Electrons family, for welcoming me back to Dublin and inviting me to speak at this incredible event. It's a real honour to be here. So back in January 2024, I spoke about my career in male-dominated industries, from professional yachting to commercial diving, and how the ocean shaped me, challenged me, and ultimately has given me a lifetime of opportunity. I ended that talk by sharing the beginning of a new adventure. Today, I'd like to show you where that journey has taken me, because the ocean has not only been my workplace, it has been my teacher, and now it is my cause. For 32 years, I've worked where challenge meets opportunity. That path has brought me here, into innovation, into free electrons, and now into the 2025 World's Toughest Row with my campaign, Call to Earth. And what I want to share with you today is very simple. Resilience, innovation, and collaboration can take us further than we can imagine. And above all, when we find the courage to act, we discover the power to change. So my professional story began on the water after I was awarded a scholarship as a gifted sailor at the United Kingdom Sailing Academy. I was passionate about the ocean and about people, so I moved into professional coaching, even teaching members of the royal family to sail, and at just 18 years old, stepping on board the Royal Yacht Britannia. And yes, for those that have heard of the Golden Rivet, it really does exist. But adventure kept calling, so I transitioned into professional yachting, sailing across some of the awe-inspiring parts of our planet, crossing vast open oceans, and navigating through some of the world's most demanding conditions. One of my last transatlantic crossings was under sail, 6 weeks pregnant, with my daughter, Ocean. That moment taught me that it was time to pivot. I had a natural affinity to the water, so I moved into commercial diving, as you do when you're pregnant. And here, my entrepreneurial spirit took hold. I trained to become a commercial diver and co-founded a subsea civil engineering company specialising in salvage and inspection. It was an industry dominated by men, dangerous and physically demanding. But we built something that thrived, and I loved the challenges that came with that every minute of every day. Later, I went on and founded a marine consultancy and project management company, delivering projects, eco-projects, across the tropics and around the world. Altogether, I have spent 28 years in maritime operations, and in 2021, I made another bold leap. This time into renewables and robotics, where I have positioned myself for the last 4 years. Today, I am proud to serve as Director of Operations and Chief Innovation Officer at Bladebug, helping to pioneer robotic solutions for the wind industry. It is safe to say I've had my boots on the ground and fins under the water, as well as a seat at the executive table. That dual perspective has shaped how I lead and how I think about change. One story captures this best. During a salvage operation, we were tasked with lifting a 59-metre expedition yacht, just 6 inches off of the seabed. 60 tonnes of airlift bags strategically placed along the hull, the need to fabricate air lances, airlift pumps, and manifolds to meticulously manage the inflation of each lift bag with precision. Every minute in the water was a risk, working beneath a 240-tonne vessel in poor visibility, manoeuvring and securing each lift bag the size of an average kitchen. It was one of those moments where fear and focus compete. And the lesson I took, resilience isn't about being fearless. It's about staying calm when the pressure is highest and finding a way forwards. It's about staying calm, and leadership. Whether working underwater or in the boardroom, it's about giving people the confidence to keep moving when the conditions are toughest. These experiences as a sailor, a commercial diver, an entrepreneur, and an innovator have taught me 2 things: resilience in the face of challenge and the importance of leadership at every level. Sorry. Yeah. Excuse me. Forgive me 1 second. Where's that gone? Let me just go forwards to... That's okay. Thank you. At Bladebug, we've built a robotic platform designed to transform how we maintain and inspect wind turbine blades. Unlike drones that observe from a distance, Bladebug robots walk directly on the blade. And while they move, they carry out integrated non-destructive testing, NDT. This goes beyond what the human eye or a camera from afar can ever capture. And this is critical because today, most operators are still making multi-million-pound decisions about the health of their blades with limited data sets. Visual inspections from drones have been fantastic step forwards, but the information that they provide is only skin deep. They can't reveal what lies beneath the surface. The microcracks, the hidden delamination, the disbonds, the out-of-plane fibre wrinkles, the subtle structural flaws that can decide whether a blade lasts another 20 years or fails unexpectedly and catastrophically. But Bladebug changes that. We deliver a data-driven solution that provides operators with the level of detail and confidence that they need to move from reactive maintenance to proactive condition-based strategies. And the impact is transformative. We make operations safer. No more rope access teams hanging hundreds of meters in the air. We make them more efficient, reducing downtime, cutting costs, and ultimately accelerating the scaling of wind. This is not just about building a robot. It's about fundamentally reshaping how the wind industry approaches blade health, safer, smarter, and backed by data. But innovation is never just about technology. It's about trust, partnership, collaboration, and that's where Free Electrons comes in. Because in 2023, Bladebug joined the programme, and for us, it was transformative. We had the chance to work directly with utilities, the companies who know these challenges inside and out, and who hold the key to scaling solutions. It wasn't just about showing what our robot could do. It was about listening, testing assumptions, and aligning technology with real-world priorities. And what we learned was invaluable. Free Electrons proved that innovation isn't invention alone. It's partnership. It requires courage on both sides, as this often feels like we are swimming against the tide. Innovators are willing to push boundaries, but we need utilities willing to test bold ideas and bring them to scale. I plead with each and every one of you in this room today to continue carrying that message forwards. Bladebug is proof of that mindset, proof that when collaboration and trust meet deep tech innovation, we can deliver safer, smarter, more sustainable operations, powered not by assumption, but by data. These lessons, resilience under pressure, leadership in tough conditions, and entrepreneurial drive to build solutions eventually brought me into the wind industry. I quickly saw the same challenges. Turbines are getting bigger every year, some now in excess of 350 metres. To put that into context, the Eiffel Tower is 330 metres. That's extraordinary progress, but it comes with a problem. Inspections, maintenance, and repairs are notoriously dangerous, costly, and inefficient. Today, the wind industry loses an estimated $8 to $10 billion every year in downtime and unplanned maintenance. A single blade repair offshore can cost over €30,000 a day, not including lost energy production. And technicians are still climbing blades by rope, hanging from cranes in hazardous conditions. But yes, drones have been a fantastic addition to the toolbox, but the data sets that they deliver often lack the depth and detail required to understand the true condition of a blade. The truth is, the scale of renewable energy we need to meet global targets simply cannot be achieved if we continue to rely on traditional methods. If we do, growth will slow, costs will rise, and the transition will stall. And that's why innovation isn't just important, it's essential. But my story isn't only about technologies and robotics, and I think you agree, some of these are pretty cool. It's about why we innovate, to protect our future. So the ocean is both a source of energy and a front line of climate change. It sustains us. Every second breath that we take comes from the ocean, and yet it is under threat. Rising temperatures are heating the ocean, shifting ecosystems, reducing biodiversity, destabilising weather patterns, and threatening coastal life everywhere. Acidification is weakening reefs and food chains. Overfishing is stripping the ocean faster than it can recover, threatening food security, marine life, and the balance of the entire system. And plastics. Plastics are choking our seas, with 11 million tonnes entering the ocean every year. If nothing changes, by 2050, there could be more plastic than fish in the ocean by weight. As Sir David Attenborough said in the movie Ocean, after just 100 years on this planet, I now understand that the most important place on Earth is not on land, but at sea. It is a powerful reminder that the ocean is our foundation, and protecting it means protecting ourselves. And that is why I named our campaign Call to Earth. So at the end of this year, I will embark on a remarkable mission to row 3,000 miles across the Atlantic Ocean as a trio in the world's toughest row. So that's me there on the boat, and that's the route that I'll be taking. So this is not to escape my work in renewables or robotics, but to extend it, to carry a message about resilience, responsibility, and the urgent need to protect our oceans and our planet. I have taught myself to row an ocean rowing boat in 120 hours, having never rowed before. I've been swimming at 6:30 every morning, sailing, cycling, running, and indoor rowing 6 days a week for the last year, pushing the boundaries of my 50-year-old body. But for me, this row is far more than an endurance challenge. It is a living message that when we have the courage to act, we discover the power to change. And make no mistake, this is not a journey of comfort, it is one of risk. This race has been meticulously planned. We have undertaken medic training, survival training, and qualifying rows. We will live for weeks on end in the confines of an 8.64 metre ocean rowing boat, a space smaller than most bedrooms. We will row in 2-hour shifts, day and night, around the clock, and often alone. Sleep will come in fragments, our bodies will be pushed to breaking point, and the Atlantic will test us with everything it has, from searing heat and relentless sun to storms and 40-foot waves, as well as total darkness. I am yet to tell my mother the likelihood, no, she knows. I'm yet to tell my mother the likelihood of us capsizing, the marlin strikes, the shark encounters, and the potential for days on end locked in our cabins on para-anchor, waiting for the storms to abate. We will be entirely self-sufficient. Our survival will depend on technology and discipline. We will make our own water from salt water, using a desalination unit powered by solar energy. Those same panels will keep our critical systems alive, from navigation instruments to satellite communications. Everything we carry will be essential, and everything must work. There is no support boat, no safety net. Once we push off, we are alone, entirely dependent on each other, our preparation, and the resilience we have built along the way. The world's toughest row is notorious for its statistics. More people have climbed Everest than have successfully rowed an ocean. Crews battle exhaustion, hallucinations, salt sores, and injuries. Boats capsize, equipment breaks, and yet those who complete it speak of it as one of the most transformative experiences of their lives. And that's why this row matters to me, because it is not just about surviving the Atlantic, it's about what the row represents. It represents the resilience needed to face overwhelming challenges. It represents the responsibility we all share to look after our oceans, because they are our life support system. And it represents innovation, because just like the solar panels that will power our boat, the same spirit of ingenuity will power the solutions that we need to tackle climate change. The Call to Earth campaign will raise awareness of ocean health and climate action. It will inspire people to believe that resilience and determination can carry us through the most impossible challenges. And it will channel funding into ocean conservation and climate initiatives, because protecting the ocean is protecting our future. For me, the Atlantic is not just about crossing an ocean. It's a demonstration of what is possible when we refuse to accept limits. It's a reminder that if 3 people in a tiny boat can survive the Atlantic, then surely together we can find the courage to act and the power to change. So this is where you come in. Utilities are already at the heart of the energy transition. You are the ones building the infrastructure of our sustainable future. Supporting Call to Earth is a natural extension of that mission, a chance not only to talk about change, but to embody it. The campaign has cost us £150,000 out of our personal money, with every pound directed towards getting us to the start line, making this mission both possible and a success in raising awareness and supporting the vital work of our 2 causes, the Ocean Cleanup and the Blue Marine Foundation. The world's toughest row is extraordinary, with a global influence and exceptional reach. a powerful platform for brand exposure and purpose-driven impact, with 110 million plus in print circulation, 42 million global TV viewers, and 1,450 pieces of digital press. The event commands worldwide attention. Social media is extraordinary, with 4.5 million monthly Instagram reviews, 75 million Facebook reach, and 15 million plus TikTok views. Livestreams draw 3.1 million unique views per event, while the race website attracts 4.2 million annual page reviews. Endorsements from figures such as King Charles III, Prince William, and Richard Branson further amplify this message. Together, these achievements have helped raise over 67.5 million euros for charity and counting. By aligning with Core to Earth, your brand won't just be seen, it will be experienced. It will sit alongside a story of courage, resilience, and innovation, one that reflects the very values that utilities bring to the energy transition. This is not just sponsorship, it's a call to inspire, to engage with your employees, to rally behind a story, to show your customers and the wider world that utilities are not only building a sustainable future, you are living it. Together, we can amplify this mission far beyond the ocean. Together, we can prove that when we have the courage to act, we discover the power to change. Crossing an ocean is only possible when every rower pulls in the same direction. The same is true of the energy transition. Progress only happens when we move together, stroke by stroke, decision by decision, innovation by innovation. Together, we are one crew, innovators, utilities, and leaders, united by the same mission. With the courage to act, we hold the power to change. This is a call to Earth. Together, let's answer it. Thank you very much. I'll be hanging around all day today, so please grab me.
Thank you, Stacey.
Thank you.
Ooh, boy. Is this the best way to, Stacey, the best way to follow your progress when you do leave? Okay. So we'll also post it on the, I got goosebumps, on the app, but do take a picture, do follow, do sponsor, and for charity. So, yes, progressing on. Thank you, Stacey. The way we are going to evolve and listen to the startups in today's agenda is we'll have a panel. And within the panel, there'll be a moderator, and the moderator will invite startups for a conversation. And within that conversation, we'll explore the main theme of that panel. So to start off, the first panel today, maximizing renewable generation. Please help me invite and welcome Marina Donoghue, who is Head of Research, Innovation and Infrastructure at Enterprise Ireland, with global experience across the UK, Americas, and Europe. She leads efforts to scale Irish innovation through research, internationalization, and cross-sector collaboration. Marina Donoghue, thank you. Hi, welcome. We're setting up your chairs. So in the meantime, here we are. You all have a mic. And yours is this one. Super. Marina, it's all yours.
Super. Okay, so I get to invite these phenomenal 5 startups to the stage. So will we, Evan Paquat from Gridbridge, where are we? So Benjamin from Juai, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Good to see you. We've met online, but not in person. Hi there, how are you doing? Good to see you. So Felix from Mind Margin. Hi, Felix. Matthew from Rewind. And Matthew, for those in the audience, is Irish, but it's a Norwegian company, right?
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see you. And Leonard from Suena. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, so we had a very brief conversation last week, and to get a sense of the offerings of all of these businesses. But the first thing I'm going to say is, and we heard Stacey speak to it earlier, is that kind of, and I'm going to use that, so we're all a bit tired actually listening to that phenomenal presentation that you just gave us there, and massive, massive kudos to you on what you've achieved to date in your career, but also the big adventure and that important journey that you're going to embark on. So well done you. It was a really great opening. But before I start out, I just want to really acknowledge why Enterprise Ireland is interested in free electrons, and most importantly, I want to give a shout out to a very important man in the room, which is John McKiernan. So John... So John, Marguerite and Donal and their leadership within ESB in really putting free electrons together, and you heard the numbers earlier, but it's super impressive to see what they've done for the last 9 years. And the 9 years is about innovation. It's about bringing early stage tech companies together to solve problems and to really help with our joint agenda, with the massive need for effectively decarbonising industry, the whole race to net zero. And what we have here today is 5 companies that are right at the centre of that. So 5 businesses that have emerged from very different backgrounds, come from many parts of the world, and really have technologies and solutions that's all about maximising renewable energy generation. So what I'm not going to do is talk for too long, because it's really important that these gentlemen speak to this point. So we might kick off, and I'm going to just throw it out there, guys. So, first off, if you think about the title of our panel, which is Maximising Renewable Generation, and you think of the solutions that everybody has and that you've built and the innovation that's gone behind the companies that you've founded in terms of that optimisation agenda, that efficiency agenda, who'd like to start off in terms of your thoughts on what can be done in partnership with utilities and with big businesses to solve for this? So will I pass to my nearest neighbour?
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Marina, for having us here. Well, I think what you say is the most important part of this group in Free Electrons is that we work together at solving problems, and what we all have in line of sight is maximizing renewables, resilience, and energy supply for affordable power worldwide, right? So in terms of maximizing renewables and reducing emissions, what's very important is to have coordination. It's to have this global view, this global perspective into how we build a system, not only selfishly, each country, each developer in its own corner, but have a way to coordinate this. And I think, I don't know if the choice was made on purpose, but there is a very good continuity here in the 5 companies we have, because we are all softwares and we all look at managing assets, operating assets, and designing assets before and after construction to have this global view. Right? So I think if I have to say one thing, it's coordination. Yeah.
Yes, welcome everyone. I think it makes the combination of both to drive innovation. It needs the profound knowledge and expertise from the utilities, but the craziness and the boldness of the startups to change something. And I think it's been seen several times before that only if you push your boundaries, you know how far you can go, and we've seen it with the presentation previously. All the best for that. But I actually believe that without the startup world, we wouldn't be at the stage where we are today. And we've seen it in the recent years, especially with the boom of AI, that so much more possibilities have become available. And I think we're just scratching the top of it, what will become possible within the next 12 to 24 months. And I think renewable energy is just at the beginning of it, and super happy to be here and to have met all the utilities, seeing how they're trying to tackle it and what they're doing already about it and what will be possible.
Felix, do you want to give your perspective on this?
Yes, so I'm Felix, founder and CEO of ManMargin, and we are from China. And as you all know, China is the biggest renewable energy market in the world. So we are facing a great challenge there to how to adapt the renewable energies and how to resolve the problem of the renewable energy posed to the network system, which is unstable, very variable problems. So we are facing the big challenging. So I'm seeing the two trends in the industry. One is the energy mix is changing from the thermal power to the renewable, and another one is the technology is shifting very fast. Especially the AI technology is changing the world. So we are looking forward to exploring the possibility to use AI technology in this area to help the transition from the thermal power to the renewable energies. So for this time, we have the chance to work with utilities, with our other startups to make that happen, and that made me feel very excited.
Thank you. Matthew.
Yeah, I was going to, first of all, morning everyone. Matthew, nice to meet you. I'm going to take a slightly different approach to this in that I just think we need exponentially more energy, to be honest. And there's two stats I read this week. H1 2025 was the first time ever that renewables have outperformed coal in terms of power produced globally. And just last week, DNV released their energy transition outlook. We need to get 64% of global energy generated by renewables by 2040 if we're going to be on track for our climate change goals. And like we're massively behind that. And from my point of view, we just need more megawatts on the system. We're at a point in kind of history now where we can choose, is that going to come from fossil generation or from nuclear or renewables? And I think technology is going to enable the scaling of these renewable technologies. We know all about the challenges. We know all about the great problems about the kind of accessibility for renewables, but that ultimately needs to be aimed at just exponentially increasing the amount of renewables we have on the system. So, yeah.
Thank you, Matthew. And I think the ambition for those that haven't heard it, and I was very intrigued when Stacey was showing us the imagery and her work around offshore in Ireland to actually really generate and all the work that's been done in terms of planning and projects to get that stood up, because it's massively important for Ireland in terms of energy resilience and the renewable piece. So thanks for sharing that. Leonard?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Leonard, one of the co-founders and CEO of Soena. We do AI-based and algorithmic trading for large-scale batteries and renewables, and I fully agree with everyone what was said so far, especially also Matthew, that we need to be faster and faster deploying, building renewables and flexibility, and therefore I would also say technology makes a big difference, innovation makes a big difference. If we can see, for example, in Germany or now almost all over the world, if we look at batteries, they are deployed very fast, developed very fast now, even fully merchant, so no, without subsidies. So this and because we can monetize them with really good technology, as good as that they actually investing in it, fully merchant and having payback period of a few years. So this is really accelerating the energy transition as an example. But I think, coming back to the question shortly, I mean, of course, innovation, startups, scale-ups, it's very important, but of course we can create a lot of impact if we work together with the large utilities, and that's, I think, very important to combine this to really be fast in this energy transition.
Super. So I might go back to a point that Felix made, and we're hearing a lot about AI, and you're all technology, software-driven businesses. You might just speak to where you feel AI is going to play a critical role or a challenge in terms of that whole increasing the amount of renewables on the system, the whole security piece. Who'd like to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. Aries, there was a couple of months ago something published about what the current top CEOs being measured on, like referring to Google, Facebook, and so companies. And it's not anymore about the revenue, but it's their access to power. Why? Because in order to stay ahead in the AI game with data centers, you need access to power. And as we all know, that we need more renewable, where the power lies is in renewable energy. So I think that's why it's so important that we continue building out the renewable energy generation by supporting it with the right type of tools.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, I mean, I've been in renewables my whole career, so I can only speak towards renewables, not kind of energy in general. But I feel like renewables have been traditionally quite slow to adopt technology, and I think we see that today. Like we're trying to replace consultants basically, and that is the status quo for any problem that a renewable energy company has today, is find somebody to do a manual piece of work for you to fix it. And I think one of the big ways AI is going to impact this is just reducing that time to value for owners of renewable assets, hopefully shortening development cycles, be able to find more efficient ways and better sites to build projects on as well, and just exponentially lower the time it takes to get renewables onto the system.
And Matthew, I might just follow up with that. So in the context of that whole speed to market and decision making, you might speak to an example that your business has been involved in, perhaps in the Nordics, that showcases that.
Yeah, I mean, tough question, but I think we don't use that much AI in our product yet. We're still kind of pushing towards that. But what we see is that where you would have had to go to a consultant before if you needed like Jua can speak to this as well, you needed weather data or an energy yield assessment. You approach a consultant and you say, write me a report, right? Yeah. That takes 8 weeks and you're not very happy with it, and you send it back and you ask, can we adjust this and that? With all the technologies you're seeing here today, the utility, the customer should have the power in their hands to do that in a matter of minutes rather than in 8 to 10 weeks. And it's that kind of continuous, all those little extra times add up, and then a project that should take 2 years takes 10, and we're not hitting our targets, you know? So.
Leonard.
Yeah, maybe one last thing. Of course, I mean, a huge impact is forecasting, right? I mean, AI and forecasting. So we are much, much better now in weather forecasting and therefore in generation forecasting. And that has a huge impact on the system stability. The better we can forecast how much energy is produced, the better we can set up everything around it, like the whole dispatching and all of this. So this has a big impact on us as a company, how good we are performing in trading, but also for the overall system, how much imbalance is created and so on. So I think we see that there's also quite a fast development in quality of accuracy of forecasting, also on the price level, but I think especially on the generation side.
One important thing also is to avoid having a binary view on AI. It's not always AI against existing systems and existing methods. It's also a blend of approaches. So AI excels at human-machine interaction. It excels in fuzzy logic, in forecasting. When you are missing data, it's unbeatable. But there are also rational, deterministic approaches, the optimization algorithms and physical systems that already solve problems optimally currently. So it's all about merging the AI approaches, merging the new AI tools with the existing optimum systems. So I might sound a bit like the old guy, but my AI journey started 15 years ago. I was building processors, hardware processors for AI systems. And that was a time when there was no large language models. You had 1,000 neurons, and that was a large neural network. You could already do things, right? And so I've seen this progression towards the very refined models we have now. And it's a continuous path. It doesn't mean it's going to replace completely, or at least in the next 2 years, 5 years, but we need to learn merging the existing approaches with these new developments.
Super, thanks for that. Do you want to come in, Felix?
So as for AI, I just want to share one new terminology I just heard recently, which is the AI is pushing the software as service to the labor as service. So which means AI is not only increase the efficiency, the accuracy of the algorithm. AI, especially the agentic AI, is like replacing the labor. I think there's a big change in not only in energy sector but around the world. So because AI right now can just optimize the whole process of the energy, from the designing, from the manufacturing, the building, the maintaining, the operation, trading. So the whole process can be optimized by AI, not only by the algorithm, but actually by the agentic AI, which replaced the labor. So I think that will be a very, very big shift in this area.
So hugely relevant, I think, is what we're hearing. Okay, so I'm going to ask a very general question, but really to kind of try and put a spotlight on your technologies, your solutions, and how it addresses it. So when we look at renewables, how do we get renewables to behave more like dependable baseload?
Should I start?
Leonard, go for it.
Well, actually, I would say it like this: baseload is dead. So I wouldn't say we need to behave something like baseload or peak load, or thinking like baseload and peak load. So I think we need a system actually who becomes an energy system, who becomes flexible, of course, and reacts. So that, of course, renewables will never behave like baseload because they're weather depending. But of course, we can have flexible demand. We can have flexibilities which reacts to each other. So I would say, also in trading, it's very inefficient at the moment to handle to trade with base load and peak load products. And I mean, the system is still there. We need to do it, but we need to transform it actually away from it. It doesn't mean that of course, adding a battery to a solar farm, for example, and optimizing it, that it creates a much better predictable and usable energy. So that's of course important. But overall, I think we need to go away from thinking in base load and peak load products.
Thank you.
It's extremely important to globally optimize your system. So we don't just build wind farms because there is wind, and we don't just build batteries because they are cheaper now. It needs to be viewed as a whole, as a system that has requirements, and the demand curve in mainland Europe, it might not be the same as the demand curve in Ireland. So it's always a match between the need and what you're going to build. So that's also why in that context that we build our software GridBrid. It's to have this global approach, both technical, meeting the requirements of the technical systems, and economic, to avoid over-designing the system, to have something that can provide 100% green energy, but at an extremely high price, right? You always need a trade-off between things. And the same is true with baseload. You might not want to replace entirely from scratch tomorrow the entire existing system. It's always a transition. It's something that needs to be planned over 30, 40, 50 years. And you're not going to tomorrow have a pure renewable and battery system. This is something that needs to be planned progressively, and also taking into account the fact that technologies and prices evolve.
Thank you.
I'm just going to add to that. I do think there is a tipping point, though, at which you reach in terms of penetration of renewable assets, where our current market design becomes so inefficient for purpose that you need to kind of drastically revolutionize how we do, and specifically the kind of the way the market works, which has basically been designed around these baseload and peak load assets, and we're trying to put a square peg into a round hole, and the square peg has been small enough so far, but it's getting too big, and it's going to be difficult to manage that. Just the losses and inefficiencies are going to be a real barrier to growth of renewable assets as well.
So as for baseload, I think is mean stable, reliable, continuous, but I think it's totally opposite to renewables. Renewables just an unstable variable. So I think in order to make renewable to be baseload, so there should be some investment in the equipment like battery and also the flexible load management. And even more, I think the more important is to build a very good market to motivate the participants to invest, to do the adjustment, and to give all the partners incentive to do that. I think that's even more important. So like in China, because the renewables are booming, so the China market is power market is moving very fast. So we are chasing the market like Europe, like United States, and right now the whole China has opened the energy spot market in order to give everybody the incentive to invest and to do those stuff. I think that's a very important mechanism to make the renewables to be a base load.
Yeah, and I think everyone talks about, okay, there's a certain amount of risk that comes with more flexible assets, and they don't behave nicely. But like anyone who's worked in any kind of financial trading knows that where there's risk, there's opportunity, right? So there's got to be, it is a more risky game, but we need a market that kind of incentivizes people to take risks on these assets for potentially large returns as well.
I think, as Ivan said, like AI is nothing new. AI has been existing for about 40, 45 years. It's been applied to weather before. It's applied to the industry, what's just called machine learning. And I think what has happened in the, let's say, pre-AI boom is that we try to fix a broken system, try to fix something that will not sustain in the future. And I think that's why we have to fundamentally rethink how the supply chain works, because if we go down to the base of something, that's where we have to start. And this is basically also why we started with weather and not by optimizing some kind of other models. It's just because weather is the underlying foundation for everything. And if we fix that and have accurate forecasts for that, then everything can be rebuilt on top of that.
I think there's a number of you involved in that weather forecasting and the critical importance of it. Will we dwell on that for a moment in terms of where you're seeing key trends in that area, and from a utility perspective, the certainty that you can now give in terms of?
Yeah, sure. At the end of the day, everything that's happening across the globe is somehow weather dependent. Whether it's production of energy, whether it's about risk minimization, insurance, all of that, agriculture, farming, everything has weather as one major component within it. And one of the biggest challenges is that, as we used to believe, weather is very hard to predict. And the reason for that was that we didn't have the compute power, we didn't have the availability of data, and as I said, we tried to fix a broken system. So that's what we've done, is to go back to the drawing board, start from scratch by actually using all the data that are out there, and I'm talking about every single data point we can collect, from topography to geographic to imageries to even, let's say, as small as a Garmin watch can deliver weather data and support all of that. And with this granularity nowadays and the compute power, the combination of both, we will be able to, I don't want to say 100% because it might freak some of you out, but we should be able to get to at least 99.9% of accuracy in weather by being able to combine all of that and utilize the compute power we have nowadays.
That sounds like a good situation to strive towards. Felix, do you want to come in on this, given your background in this area?
Yes, because actually in Man-Margin, at the beginning of the startup, we used to be a weather company, weather startup in China. So we are also we had a mission to leverage the weather, the value from the weathers, and also mitigate the risk of weather for our customers. So but we just had a challenge in China to find the good business model of weather until we found, the weather is so important in energy industry, especially for renewables. And also then we found a very good business model of power trading. So the power trading really rely on the good weather forecast and the AI technologies and also other informations. So then we just found a way to combine the weather technology, the AI, and all the IT technologies together into this business and model. And then we found, okay, we can make something very, very valuable to the energy industry. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else want to make a comment before we move on? Okay. In the spirit of Free Electrons, which is about open innovation and it's about partnership and it's about collaboration, and we have all the utilities in the room with a keen interest in the new innovations that are emerging from various different places and countries. So can you speak to, if we talk about that partnership model and partnering with utilities and, you know, where you're seeing it in maybe the jurisdictions that you operate in or that you trade in, you know, what would success look like? What's the ideal? What's worked really well from your perspective in terms of that partnering model with utilities?
I mean, if they all sign up to my software for multiple years, that'd be nice. No, I think like I started off talking about how we need to build more renewables, right? And I'm not going to build more renewables. I run a software company. The utilities are the ones who are going to be installing these turbines, these solar panels, these batteries, and at the end of the day, they're the asset owner. And for our company to be successful, we need to enable them to bring more of these assets online and successfully manage the ones that they have. So while they're like directly our customers and directly the people we want to be working with, we're very tied and dependent to the success of their business as well for us to be successful. There's I think that goes for every company in this room, in that one thing is we're trying to sell a service, but unless the strategy of these companies keeps focusing towards maximizing renewable energy generation, we're obviously not very relevant. So yeah, I think that is where the kind of spirit of innovation between a startup and a utility can be really strong, is when we're both working towards the same ultimate goals at the end of the day, and we're really aligned with their strategy and they're aligned with our vision as a company as well. And I think we've seen that from the startups that we have in the room here today and the utilities. So
super, thanks. Who else would like to come in there?
I mean, of course, we all here somehow to make money eventually at the end of the day. And I mean, yes, I don't know, walking into here, signing 6-7 contracts would be amazing, or getting credit cards out. However, I think where the partnership really comes to fruition is not necessarily about, having a return of investment, but changing the way we think about the status quo. And I mean, as a startup, there's a very high likelihood of failing. However, just because the business has failed, it might have been too young, not the right focus group, but at least I think leaving the steps behind and making all the utilities think, hey, we need to change something. I think if we achieve as a startup that already, that somebody else can pick up maybe a technology, or somebody else is working on the way they used to work, I think that I would already consider part of the success equation.
Yeah, there's also a mutual recognition, I think, within Free Electrons that each side, startup and utilities, have their strength and their field of application. So startups, they have speed to market, innovation, efficiency, cost efficiency. Utilities, they have amazing experts that have decades of experience, enormous amount of data and assets, right? And of course, we had these discussions many times. A utility says, oh, you make a software, but we have 30 people in our technical office that do this. Well, that's the whole point, right? If you can do, these 30 people could do something more interesting. If you just, for 1/10 of the price, you have a subscription, the system is there, it already exists, it's been used by multiple actors, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Right? Mm-hmm. And having this very clear discussion here that there is a need on the side of the utilities, even if we are very tiny compared to them, and that in vice versa, what we are out of business if there is no utility. So I think that's something that we have that is very special here at Free Electron, is that we start from this assumption.
It's a fair point. Matthew or Leonard?
Yeah, maybe a bit to add here. I mean, from my perspective, it helps also a lot for the startups. I mean, we are usually agile, fast, innovative. Of course, that's the idea. But a utility has, of course, a huge impact. As I said, they have a huge responsibility to the system, and it helps, of course, the startups also to understand, okay, what is actually the state there, the state of art. And I mean, as you said, it also like, yeah, so learning from each other and knowing actually, okay, this is the state of art that we need to start actually to adapt, to change together, and this is the solution we can offer there, and this is how we can collaborate and create impact. I think that's also for a startup a big learning and helps a lot. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think that critical importance of partnering, innovating together, sharing, and that there's plenty of examples of how this has been done, so wishing everybody continued success with that. What I might try and just go back to as well is the innovation agenda in the context of the academic environment, so universities and, you know, how, and the speed is so important right now in terms of renewable. How, any thoughts, and I know two of the companies here have emerged from academic research, in how do we tap into the brilliant kind of research projects within the university system globally and use that to power and to accelerate?
I could start again. I mean, I did my PhD before I founded the company, so I came from research. My research was based on large-scale battery optimization, how to use them for multiple applications to increase the efficiency of usage, but also to enable a business case, which was much more difficult 10 years ago. And so, of course, like the transition to an entrepreneurial mindset was quite difficult for me. And I think, especially with the technical background, we focused a lot at the beginning on the technology by itself. So we thought, okay, building a great technology is everything you need, and it will be bought somehow. And actually, that's of course not the case. So I think it's really important to, of course, get a customer focus, understand the customer, the needs of the customer or the user, and also the business case. I mean, you have your own business case, but understanding really the business case of the user, of the customer, and all stakeholders involved. And that can become quite complex in the energy world. And I think it's really important to also create a product which the customer actually can buy, and that you really start quite early to think that way. So this was for us, of course, a learning path, I would say.
So focus on customer need and customer discovery early doors. Matthew.
Yeah, we don't come from academia, but we're not a traditional startup either. We actually spun out from a large corporate, DNV, with 13,000 employees worldwide. So I've been on the inside, and we've all said how slow utilities are, and I've seen how slow every large company is from the inside. And I suppose the message I would say is that the utilities in this room, or any other large corporation in this room, has incredible access to experts that have great ideas, the same way universities have great access to research and expertise that sometimes just needs to be commercialized in a way. And I think the way we've gone about that, spinning that out into its own company, that kind of lights a fire under you to figure out the commercialization aspect of it. There's lots of great technology out there that, could move a lot faster if it's allowed to breathe on its own in that kind of startup type atmosphere. So not quite academia, but similar, I would say.
Giving energy to entrepreneurship.
Yeah, and I would say to any utility in the room, and they're already doing this, they're looking at seeing what the internal innovations that could be commercialized outside as well.
Super. Benjamin.
I mean, like, Marvin, our founder and CEO, has been researching weather forecasting for 8 to 10 years, coming actually out of customer frustration because he was working for a traditional weather forecasting company, recognizing all the non-existing features that were very much required with this transition to renewables. And I think I've joined Jua 2 years ago, and I think for me was the most fascinating thing is when I initially joined just 2 years ago, but Marvin been doing it for 8 years, he ran into closed doors. And what happened to me as well when I joined in the beginning, I started having conversation with clients, meteorologists, utilities, all of that, and basically everybody was super interested in hearing, yeah, what can AI do? Because, there was ChatGPT, all of that. However, nobody believed we can make it work. Even the largest institution like the ECMWF, which is the European Center for Medium Weather Forecasting, said, no, it's not going to work. And they've been saying it for several years. And now I think 6 months, 12 months ago, they released their own AI in-house model. So I think it's a combination that you understand, see something, see a trend through our customer frustration. That's usually one of the first starting point for a startup to start. Then continue to research, to continue focus on it. And we, the people from the Free Electrons program were 2 days ago at Jameson Distillery, and something stuck with me. And there was this slogan written in Latin, and it's called "Without Fear." And I think that's something where research is very, very good at, because you don't have the direct link to needing to turn a profit, a direct link to show some results. Just without fear, go for something and see where it can take you.
There's also a big push in scientific discoveries now that lies at the intersection of different fields. And that's where we see that you couple neural networks made initially for language models, and you couple them with weather data, and suddenly you get amazing weather forecasts. Right? It's a combination of things. And what Leonard said was very true, that when you're in the academy, you think that your amazing technology that is focused on your field will be immediately adopted, and it's going to be a multi-billion technology, right? It's not at all like this. It needs a lot of fine-tuning, of changing side. I was in time domain simulation in photonics, in fiber optics, and actually some of the algorithms could be directly used to simulate power flows in electrical systems. So just you take the same code and you move it to a different domain, you just call the variables with a different name, and you solve a problem from a different field with tools that maybe exist since 10 years in another field. Mm-hmm. That's there's a lot of industry academy partnership that can and that new fields that can emerge.
Super. No, thanks for sharing, Felix.
Yeah. So I think for us, we had a lot of lessons on that, because at the beginning we are very technology research based company, and actually we think everything starting from the technology, the research, and then to find the customers. But right now, I think as entrepreneurs, we shouldn't start from the technology. We should start from the customers, from the pain points. So even like I think for customers, they don't. They're saying they don't need the drill. Actually, they need a hose on the ball, right? So for now, we not that much care about the technology, the paper, the research. We care more about our customers' requirements, and then we can find a solution. We can find the best technology to solve customers' problems.
Sounds like the advice Enterprise Ireland gives most of our startups in terms of getting to the customer, the unmet need first off, and that's the direction. But the commercialization of research, and I think you're all connected to it in some way, clearly. How do we move at a pace? And we spoke about agility and speed and everything is so important. We have a couple of minutes left, and I'm going to ask a final kind of free electrons question, and it's in that partnership space as well. So, partnering with utilities is an ambition. It's something you want to do more of, but partnering with each other and the opportunity, businesses that have emerged from so many different countries and so many different backgrounds, and together solving for some of these big challenges. Any thoughts on that point? When you were in Jameson, was there lots of conversation with the...
there was lots of conversation
with the other...
in Jameson, all right. I think partnering with not just utilities, but I suppose in general, I'm conscious that I haven't said anything about what my company does, but we're helping people to find better ways to recycle wind turbines, reuse them, etc. And for us, it's a massive data problem, basically. And I think a lot of the companies here need data. And for us to collect all of that data by ourselves is simply not feasible. And when we talk about time to value, we just won't get there. So I think being able to partner with other startups as well as other large utilities is how we enable our services to be much, much better at the end of the day. And yeah, I think there is a spirit of collaboration that any startup needs to embrace if they're going to be able to disrupt an incumbent. So,
I mean, of course, like partnering with the utility is always good publicity, and gets you there. However, as said, their main business is something else, And I think what we've done with, or what we're starting doing with Mind Margin is actually partnering with them so that they utilizing our data and seeing what's possible. And like the benefit of that is, we both can move super, super fast, and it's not always the primary interest is not direct, commercialization or something, but really seeing, hey, what can we do? What do we bring to the table? And what does Mind Margin bring to the table? And how can we combine this? Also kind of as a proof point for the industry, like if we can make it work, then if you can make it work together, then we can also make it work in the industry. And I think that's then kind of a combined success.
Yeah, there's a tendency when you're a startup to try to solve all the problems and try to do it all on your own. Obviously, there are other startups that also think of the same problems that you have in mind. So when you find a startup that does solve one of the issues that is preventing you from accessing your customers, or is a missing stone, a missing step in your process, the easiest way to do it is to converge and to discuss with them if there is any collaboration possible. We try to focus really on what is our strength, but we discussed with many of the startups, and I think we all serve the same clients at different stages. For example, we are early stage in the system design. We have 3 startups here, Suena, Mind Margin, and Joa, that work during operation of the power plants, and we have Rewind that is at the end of decommissioning and repowering. So there is an obvious continuity, and the links are very clear. Now, it doesn't mean we need to force collaborations, but being in this kind of environment where we discuss and share these ideas, I think that's the best way. Perhaps in a few months we need to improve our wind repowering model, and that is where Rewind comes.
Thank you. I think did you have a final point to say?
Maybe shortly, yeah, because it's quite interesting that I'm now sitting. Also, we have a lot of suppliers actually. As a trading house, we need to outsource a lot of services because it's a lot of services you have to do beside doing trading. So we have a lot of providers, and I have, or the team, we have to decide which provider we go with. And it's really interesting to see how we think about it, because then we think, we are not a utility, we don't have to look at it, okay, this is a very established player, so let's go with the established player, not with startup, because it's more risk involved. But it's interesting that I have to make the same sorts. But our experience is that actually going with also startups or other younger companies, of course, often the product has a higher quality, and that the service is much better, and you can be much faster, as you said, and that helps a lot. So therefore, yeah, I think it's very important to do partnerships between startups, pushing each other and being fast in the market. Yeah.
Super. Our time is literally up, but I'm going to ask everybody to join me in firstly congratulating these 5 individuals, founders, CEOs. For establishing their companies or being a part of the founding teams. The innovations that you are working on, the technologies, are going to make a difference in this industry, and massive kudos for the courage and the ambition to actually, in the first place, set up the businesses. But I think what you've achieved to date is remarkable. So wishing everybody continued success. And I hope Free Electrons and the networking that goes on, you get all the utilities are going to be right up to you, investors as well, and potentially talent that's looking to connect with your businesses. So thanks for the time.
Thanks, Maria.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. And thank you, Marina, also for navigating this panel brilliantly. And we move into a break, so thank you guys, Ivan, Benjamin, Felix, Matthew, Leonard, amazing. I'd just like to point out something, which is, this is part of the magic of free electrons, is elevating everybody to an expert status. The normal tendency might not be that, because there could be an imbalance in power, big utilities hiring startups wanting to do a business. But I think we're all collectively humble enough to know that the challenges are so big that we can only do it together. And so having different perspectives, different voices is something that is cherished from everybody, from the utilities, from a set-go, and from the startups as well, because it helps them validate and get the data and so on. So this is yet another ingredient of free electrons. So we move on into a break, and I invite you to go upstairs, grab a coffee, and then grab, gently, somebody else, a startup, utility, and start a conversation. You have half an hour to do so, and I invite you back here at 11:30. By grab, I mean gently nudge. 11:30, and we'd like to start on time. So if you can be here just a couple of minutes before, thank you. See you then. Thank you. And we're ready. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to part 2 of our open day. We don't have any parts, but it doesn't matter. It helps to organize how things are done. Oh, if you guys, actually, can I ask, because the door behind you is always, when somebody gets in, it clacks open. If you can come down here, that would be much appreciated. And everybody standing up, comfortably sit in this amazing space. I hope you had coffee. Coffee good. Did you nudge, grab, / network in the time you had upstairs? Yes. Yes is good. Very well. So part 2. And we start off again with another panel, which we saw is a new format we're experimenting with, and it's gone lovely till now. And to moderate, please welcome Jody Giles, who is Deputy Director of Ofgem Strategic Innovation Fund at Innovate UK, managing a £450 million portfolio to drive the UK's low-cost energy transition. Yes! Note that she has 15 years in system decarbonization, bringing deep expertise in innovation, flexibility, and regional net zero planning. Jody, amazing. It's all yours.
Thanks, Manuel. Thank you so much. I got sent these moderator notes before the session, and they were the most exceptional.
Mike?
Thank you. They were the most, I was just saying, thank you, Manuel. Before this session, I got sent the most exceptional moderator notes I have ever seen. I do a lot of these, and frankly, I'm usually there on the train on the way to an event, scribbling down my thoughts and thinking about what do we need to talk about today. And here I feel the most prepared I have ever been. So thank you, Manuel. Thank you, John, as well, and Marguerite for this morning, and ESB and Free Electrons. This open innovation and collaboration is very, very close to my heart. And the panel today, we're going to be talking about network capacity, which is one of my favourite topics to geek out about. And it genuinely is, because 15 years ago, I was sat in the southwest of England trying to connect wind projects and solar projects, and the network at the time were like, it's going to cost you about 20 million. They have to give you an offer, but the offers were extraordinarily out of reach for the projects related to the return on investment you might get. And so already at that time, we were experiencing constraints in the southwest of England. Now that we have these fancy things called data centres trying to connect, everyone's suddenly like, oh, network capacity, it's an issue. But for many of us who actually use and pay for networks every day, we've been trying to connect these networks, in my case, for 15 years. And that's what led me into this journey of innovation and working on flexibility projects and working on projects to squeeze more capacity from existing infrastructure. Obviously, we are going to need to upgrade our infrastructure, and we're going to need to build more. In the UK, we're going to have to build 10 times faster than we have previously. Our demand is set to increase by 50% by 2050, so that demand profile going up and up and up. And, there are some wild predictions about how much flexibility could save us as well, between 9 and 16 billion per year. So we've got all of these opportunities here, not just to build more network infrastructure, but also to squeeze more capacity out of what we have and to use what we have more flexibly and optimally. So that's what we're going to be talking about on the panel today. I'm really, really excited to introduce this very exceptional panel. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and Niall has already told me he's going to be a bit rowdy, so I'm going to get him to go first. I have told him I've got 3 brothers, so there's going to be no rowdiness on this panel. It's going to be fine. But Niall, would you like to tell us what you do?
Perfect, thank you. So first of all, I'm super relieved I actually fit in this chair. I'm not sure I'll get out, but they look very small from up there. But yeah, so Dr. Niall Coogan, co-founder and CEO of Asset Cool. So we have a 2-part solution. One is a capacity-enhancing coating. So this goes on the outside of overhead transmission conductors, reflects sunlight, emits heat, lowers the temperature of the conductor, so you can get up to 30% more power through. We have a second component, which is overhead power line robot. So that connects to overhead conductors and applies the coating. So what that represents is the ability to add 50 to 100 megawatts to overhead conductors in a matter of months at about 20x, 20x less than reconductoring, which is rebuilding the transmission lines. So as a company, we've just raised our Series A. So we've doubled headcount in the past few months. We want to double that again in the coming 3 months. We're starting to deploy on what we think is going to be the world's largest overhead power line robotics project. So that's 1,400 kilometers across Scotland. So we are now, we're getting out of the pilot phase and into large deployments, and we've got some incredible relationships with the utilities here.
Hi everyone, I'm Cam Raufi. We are Preserve and we provide the 3D map of the underground utilities. I believe in the US we have more than 500,000 accidents in underground utility strikes, causing about $30 billion damages. And the problem is even bigger worldwide. And about 60% of the grid projects finish late and experience project overruns, and that basically stems from lack of accurate underground utilities. So at Preserve, we have AI-powered 3D imaging technology that it took us 4 years to develop. With that technology, we can map the ground at the driving speed limit and create an accurate 3D digital twin of the underground, about 50 to 100 times faster than conventional method. And with our data, we can plan faster and safer, and also help build capacity faster. And that's a multiplying effect that we are providing. And we are excited to be here, and free electrons has been phenomenal. I'll pass it to third equation.
Hello, I'm Greg. I'm CEO of Third Equation, and we've spent the last 5 years, blood, sweat, and tears developing our product, which is effectively an add-on to a substation transformer, which increases the carrying capacity of that transformer. We focus on what we call the power quality of that transformer, and there are lots of reasons why we do that. As the network becomes more distributed, it becomes more unstable, and our product is aimed at providing stability and an increased carrying capacity. I do like to say one unique thing about myself. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person in this room who grew up in a house that did not have electricity or running water. So making electricity available to people and running water, I'm passionate about it, and we're looking to help largely the GB economy to grow. And we try to do that by utilizing the assets that we've already got. So we're trying to extract as much capacity from what we have already as part of the roadmap to achieving the full capacity that Jody outlined earlier.
Thanks, Greg. So let's start with you, Greg. What's the most overlooked operational barrier in today's grids, and how does your technology change it?
The grid is over 100 years old, so it's hard to imagine there's anything that's overlooked. So we've looked at why has the capacity not happened at the pace we need it to happen. And I think, depending on which market you look at, we found that the regulatory environment is probably the one that's most overlooked. The environment does not allow network operators to build out fast enough. And that comes down to who's paying for it. The utilities are excellent, perfect at keeping the lights on. But the long-term plan and who's going to pay for that long-term plan is probably the biggest obstacle to achieving the grid capacity required in most markets. Underlying that, the grid needs to remain stable and resilient, and I guess the next panel will talk about that. But how the grid capacity is delivered and the regulatory environment to do that is probably the most overlooked topic today.
Okay, well, let's hold that thought and maybe come back to that in a bit. Niall, how can we upgrade existing infrastructure to beat building new, and what does that mean for utilities investment plans?
Yeah, I think we have a nice continuity here because Greg's working in the transformers, and we've got Cam who's working underground, and we work in overhead. So just to kind of give a bit of a primer, if a utility's overhead line reaches capacity now, which is happening very, very regularly, to get more out of that existing asset, there's broadly two options. One is to do what's called reconductoring, take that line down, replace it with a high capacity one. So moving from steel cord cables to carbon fiber composites, etc. That's fantastic, an essential piece of the energy transition, but it costs around 350,000 euros per kilometre and might take 3 to 7 years to execute. So there's a bit of a challenge there. Alternatively, you can head into what's called grid enhancing technologies. So these are software sensors that go on the line and allow you to better adaptively respond to local changes in load or weather conditions. Again, very impressive piece of technology, but there's quite an inherent issue of scale there, because obviously if the wind is not blowing, that capacity disappears away. So we occupy a pretty unique space in that we're able to physically modify the existing lines to get a continuous increase in capacity. And I think each of these are complementary to each other. So you can apply one of these advanced power lines with a coating on that gives you even more capacity. You can use some of these dynamic line rating, sensor-based technology with the coating. Again, they work together. So it's really the adoption of an ecosystem. And in terms of, the investment plan, so obviously utilities have typically been incentivized to get a return on equity on a installed asset base. So going back to what Greg was saying around innovations in tariffs and how utilities procure technologies which might be considered a bit more operational relative to CapEx, that's where we're headed.
Thanks. Okay. And Cam, why is underground visibility such a bottleneck for grids? I mean, you've touched on this a little bit in your introduction, but can you unpack for us a bit more, like how your approach really helps unlock that?
Sure. Yeah. So we have the underground perspective. For us, based on my personal experience working for utilities for a few years, is that every upgrade project, whether it's a substation upgrade or a renewable energy or a feeder, run into one problem, and that is we don't know what's underground. And that basically carries the risk of every dig causing a strike of legacy asset. Those are pipes, ducts, and cables that been built over sometimes 100 years ago, and they are some of them are undocumented, and some of them are not very well documented. So, and that basically causes a lot of operators spending more time trying to reduce the risk of the underground than building. Something that could, upgrade that could take, a few months, could take a year or a few years at a substantial cost, just because we don't know what's below the surface. At Preserve, we took the approach of using rapid scanning technology and make the underground visible. And a lot of time, what I realized that when the project starts, because we don't see the underground, we don't focus on it, and we kind of take it for granted. By the time contractors start hitting the ground and discover the inaccuracy of the planning document, that's too late. So we want to be involved at the beginning of the project and help utilities plan faster and safer, and create and that would help them to build faster.
Let's build on that like pace and speed thing, because Greg, you touched on this as well. How do we convince utilities to take a chance on something that replaces the traditional way of doing things? We're very good in networks at doing things the same way that we've done them for decades. We've got all of the safety cases, and we're very risk averse for very good reason to protect people. How do you all individually try to overcome that in your own businesses and prove that your technology can really help deliver the transition that we need? Let's start with you, Greg.
If I'd cracked that problem, Jody, I probably wouldn't need to be here today. But I think it's about being a trusted partner. We need to give our potential customers the confidence in the technology. And that is a long process. We have to validate what we do. We have to prove the results. We have to deliver the numbers and the outcomes that are expected. So I think safety first, obviously. And by being, I think, commercially aware of the impact or the potential impact of our technology with utilities is key to this. I go back to my point of who pays for this. So whatever we do has to have a positive return for the utility. It's got to be cost effective, easy to implement, and effective in what it does. And we've spent a lot of time trying to make that happen. Again, it goes back to taking all parts of the utility with us on the journey. We have to have the network planners, the people actually going to do the implementation, the security, cyber security, all of these things need to be addressed in order to convince the customer that this is as guaranteed as a result as we can possibly deliver. And I think having confidence in our solution and all of our solutions, not just 30 equations, but all of the innovators, they have a degree of confidence and passion in their solutions. And it's taking the utility along that journey with us and addressing all aspects of operation within the utility. That's how we get the progress we need.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in there. I think, to put it a bit more bluntly, I think you need to have incredible techno-economics about a very big problem. And that sounds very cliche, but these utility people are incredibly busy. I mean, Maxime from Hydro-Quebec might be the busiest man I've ever met. And, and this is a room full of startup founders. And, you know, if you're not sort of solving a problem in the hundreds of megawatts or hundreds of millions of pounds, why should a utility invest your time? And then the second part of that is demonstration you're a fundamentally serious company. So every proposal you send, every piece of technology, every model, every email is, you know, really, really delivered incredibly well. If you do projects together, you do whatever it takes to get it done. And I think they're the two things that work for us. So yeah.
For us, I think the ROI is easy. We reduce the safety risk, and we also make a lot of these projects faster. So the real, I think, challenge for us would be the trust and coordination with utilities. That is, and utilities are cautious, and that's a good thing because their customers ask them to be reliable and to be there when they need it. So that changed the situation a little bit. So for us to to earn the trust of utilities, we need to work with them. You need to show them that not only our solution lines up with what they already have, but we can provide them with what they don't know, and that's underground risk. The real breakthrough for Preserve comes from creating a shared living digital twin of the underground that is being used by all partners. And what we are dealing with is basically all the water, gas, electricity, fiber optics. So there is a lot more players in that. And as we map more and more area and create that and update that, we want to be able to share that with the utilities, and utilities would trust that. And we want to get involved with them faster and earlier and make them part of that process to build the trust.
Okay, thank you. You've all talked about your customer being the networks, but Greg, you started this by saying, you know, you grew up in a place where energy wasn't delivered into your home and water wasn't delivered into your home. And I spend a lot of time in the fund that I work on with Ofgem thinking about the customer ultimately as the bill payer, because the innovation incentive that we fund comes directly from people's bills. And when I work with startups and innovators, they're often talking about the network as the customer. And the network are thinking of themselves as the customer, but the ultimate customer that we are trying to demonstrate return on investment to is the bill payer and society as a whole. How do you kind of deal with that in your own minds? Like, how do you feel about that?
My salary is paid for by customers, as in consumers. Let's call them that for the minute. And we are aware of that every single day. The customer pays the utility, and the utility hopefully buys something from 30 Equation, and that's how I get paid. So my salary and all of my team's salary is paid for by consumers. So we take that as, you know, our holy grail. We know, and therefore that's why I go back to the cost of investment and the speed of doing it, because ultimately it's the consumers who will pay for it. So we go back to making sure we add value to the end consumer by delivering solutions to the utility that improve their operations, reliability, and the things that are important to them. So it's difficult for us to have a linear relationship with that, because certainly in the GB market today, our standing charge now has zero relation to the cost of operation of the network. It's completely disjointed. And I would much rather see a direct link between the cost of operating the network and what customers pay for it. Okay, and that's why I go back to the regulatory environment being perhaps the biggest roadblock to achieving network capacity. There is no direct relationship between what consumers pay and what network operators see as their revenue. So it's making it this affordable for everybody is key to all of us. So I go back to we as Third Equation are looking to add value as in efficiency, effectiveness to the network operators, so in turn they can pass that on to the end consumer. That link is broken in the GB market. I'm not sure about Ireland, but certainly in other markets around the world, that link doesn't exist. So we feel a little bit, I was going to say the word impotent, that's probably not the right word, but we feel a little bit helpless in trying to address that consumer charge because we can't see what we do having a direct impact on what the consumers pay. But we know it's there, and we acknowledge that consumers pay our wage.
Yeah, it's such a complicated thing to link back to, isn't it? Yeah, Cam, do you want to tell us a bit more about how you think of that ultimate end consumer?
Sure. I think one of the I add to what Greg said, and I would just add that the way I think about consumer is the ones that don't get the service that they can. A lot of these projects have a high cost, and the utilities are sitting on backlog just because the ROI of some of these projects don't make sense. The cost of construction, the timeline is high, and those projects just sit on the backlog. And also every utility has a certain budget every year to invest into the grid. And that, especially as we are rolling out more upgrade projects, the data centers, EV charging stations, there is substantial demand there. And the cost of utility bills are rising. But at the end, we are not serving all the customers. And my passion is to make these projects faster, to reduce the backlog, and make the energy accessible to everyone in the community.
Yeah, in our case, so we have two routes really. One is the conventional route, so this is all very US focused. We would go to a Public Utilities Commission and demonstrate that our technology is reasonable, fair, represents good value for the ratepayers, and then that could be capitalized and consumed by utilities. But I think we're trying to assess what is the barrier to rapid adoption. And I think for us, it's pace and scale at pace. So if there's analogs in generation, for example, so Google brought out a clean transition tariff where they would pay the additional cost for geothermal energy so they could basically consume clean power that's not going to affect their ESG targets. But they're addressing the barrier to adoption of price there. So we're thinking if there's some way where we can have innovation in the tariff where this is deployed rapidly, it's paid off over a period of time, say $1 per megawatt per year, that basically allows it to be scaled quicker. So we're sort of working through that at a very early stage now, but I guess that's some of the ways we think about it.
Great. And Greg, you've talked about the main barrier, fundamental barrier being about regulation. Now you've talked about pace and scale. If I could grant you one wish to transform the energy system, what one intervention would you make to deliver the impact you are seeking to deliver?
I'm an engineer, and everything for me is solved by logic, physics, and electrical engineering. So
I'm taking you into the world of fantasy.
Yeah.
Future gaze.
I'd like to see an accurate future energy forecast. Because if I knew what the demand and where the generation was going to be, Paul and I could walk away tomorrow and design a network to do that. So my one wish would be an accurate forecast of demand and generation, and in terms of location and capacity as well. And we could go away and design a network to do that.
Okay, interesting. So I thought you were going to say something about regulation and...
I am multidimensional, honestly.
Okay, all right. That's a good thing. That's healthy. Cam, your one wish?
Oh, my one wish would be shorter procurement cycle with utilities.
How long? Tell us your frustrations about that.
It could take a year or more.
Yeah.
So...
Niall?
Yeah, mine is slightly starting to come true, which is more open-minded venture capitalist investors. So when I started this journey, back in 2016, 2017, had this wonderful idea, went around to all of the venture capital, risk capital sort of mentioned it, and basically nobody cared because everyone thought grids was, uninteresting. Utilities were bad customers, long sales cycles. But I think, I was discussing with Oshin before that, there's a perception that the quality of the startup in for electrons has increased over time. And I think that's because now venture capital investors realize that this is a very, very interesting market. There's some very, very pressing needs. And there is this inextricable link between technology progress of a startup and the risk capital cycle. So you have to go and get your seed on very little data or technology. Then you go to your Series A and it scales. And that is incompressible. So you have to be able to get those milestones. It's very chicken and egg. Then you work with utility partners. And so, there's lots of risk capital now that think this is very interesting. Everyone has their grid thesis. So yeah, it's a great place to be and starting to come true.
Obviously, Niall's been talking to different VCs to me, because I don't get that.
Well, a lot of the discussion here has been about collaboration, right? And collaborating not just with networks, but with each other. So maybe there's something in that there. I want to I've taken you kind of forward to like what your one wish would be to resolve the kind of fundamental barrier you're experiencing. But I'm also interested in like what you've learned. Innovation is ultimately about learning. And if you can imagine your 20-year-old self sitting here, what advice would you give them? You're in a room full of startups. You've all got incredible experience. And I'm really interested to understand like what is it that you would tell your 20-year-old self if you were sat here now?
Interesting for me, I've been in the industry for quite a while now, and we chose to innovate in probably what is the most difficult part of the network, which is actually putting something in the delivery chain of energy to a consumer. That is critical infrastructure, and we are innovating in that infrastructure itself. I'd say to my 20-year-old self, choose something else, okay? But we're doing it because it's hard, not because it's easy. And we've acknowledged that difficulty of what we do. I'd say to my 20-year-old self, be more patient, okay? We talked over the last few days quite a lot about the pace of utilities. We knew that when we started on this journey. What I didn't temper was my own impatience to get to where we need to be. So I said to my 20-year-old self, be more patient.
That's so cool. So I'm often criticised for being very impatient. I want things to be much faster. I want things to be much smoother, much better. That's why I work on innovation. Ultimately, it's about creating a better world. And someone said to me recently, who I have massive respect for, don't stop being impatient, because if you stop being impatient, that's what's driving you to achieve the change and impact that you're seeking to achieve. So just a thought for you there.
I'm too old to change. I will still be impatient.
You're never too old to change, definitely not.
Yeah, if I can just jump in, because it directly contradicts what Greg said as well, which is...
How dare you?
I told you he's going to be rebellious.
Yeah. It's, go bigger sooner. So, we were a company of 4 people for 5 years, and now we're rapidly approaching 50. And I think what we've realized is that Oliver up there, who's been doing all the hard work, we've been doing 50 people's jobs. So, get the resources in, go bigger sooner. Now is the time to act and solve some of these problems. So that would be my top tip to myself.
Sure, I'll go a little bit deeper. My message to myself would be hungry for learning and have trust in the future. Reason for that is saying that I grew up in an 8-year war. So growing up, I found my passion for infrastructure. And later I came to the US, did my school. By the time I finished my education, it was right after 2008 crash. I couldn't find a job in infrastructure or buildings. And I ended up working in the oil and gas industry, in the energy sector. And spent 5 years and then realized that's really not my passion. And then I started pivoting back into the drawing board, and by accident happened to get a job at infrastructure companies and then utilities. And during that time, I think just having that burning passion And with my PhD education, it really helped me to find my way back to what I'm passionate about. And yeah, just have faith in your future.
Have faith in your future. Love it. Love it. I think that was a perfect place to wrap it up, wasn't it? Thank you so much to all of you. Very, very inspiring conversation. So impressed by all the work you're doing and can't wait to hear more this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. That was amazing. Thank you very much. Guys, fantastic. Cam, thanks, Greg. Oh, I can help you. Need help? Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, everybody. So now I think we feel like I need a little bit of rhythm. I don't know. Maybe an energizer. Maybe welcome the boron buzz. That's coming down now. Let's go.
How are you doing?
Good.
Talk about patience, lads, huh? My name is Robbie. It's good to see you all. How's everybody doing? All good? Having a good day? Nice one. So, I'm going to show you guys a little bit about this really cool little instrument that I have in my hand. Has anybody ever seen one of these before? Is any people in the audience Irish? Or is everybody from all over the world? There's a good few, yeah, okay. If you don't know what this is, then there's something wrong, right? So, what I have in my hand here, guys, is one of the 3 instruments of Ireland that are actually indigenous to Ireland, okay? We only have 3. This one is known as a bodhrán, okay? And we only have 2 percussion instruments in Ireland. This is one of them, the most prominent one, and then the one that's probably a little bit older than it would be a version of the bones. You would see, people might have seen them being played around the world. But we also have 2 other instruments that are native to Ireland. So we have the one that's most famous. Anybody might know what it is? Nice, the harp, yes. We've one more. Nice, perfect. You got it straight away. So the uilleann pipes. We have pipes, harp, and bodhrán, okay? So this instrument, guys, started off about 300 years ago, originally as a farm tool, okay? So what they used to use, it wasn't an instrument at all at the time, and it used to be much bigger, okay? Just a simple frame of wood, as you can see. It's known as a frame drum, okay? It's part of the family of drums called frame drums. And then we also had a goat skin that was placed onto one side of it. That's the way we were doing back in the day, okay? Now, as you can see, it's gone a bit more high-tech, okay? We're using plastic skins and all the different types of technology, which I'm going to show you now in the next minute or two, okay? So, as I said, started off as a farm tool, and what they used to use it for was for cleaning grain. So you used to put grain inside the drum, swish it around, toss it up into the air, and it would help clean the grain and get it ready for the next part of the process, okay? So a little bit later on then, we started to use the drum for musical purposes. And when we did that, it started off by just being used with their hands. Just very, very simple. Just a lovely kind of a low, deep sound. It was really just there to create a bit of an atmosphere, maybe for behind someone talking like I'm doing now, or also for some of the old festivals, and they might have wanted a little bit of basic rhythm going on behind it, just to accompany what was happening there, okay? The time moved on, and more people started to bring these from the farm, and they started to use them for music, okay? Moved on a bit further. We started to use little sticks on the drum, which we call a kippeen. And a kippeen is the Irish word for a small stick or a small drum, okay? As you can see, the kippeen made it a little bit louder, okay? So we started to strike the drum just from one side of the stick, straight in the center of the drum. You can all see that, yeah? Now we realized after a while that if we move towards the edge of the drum in any direction, we can get a slightly higher tone, right? Just right up there. So we started to use those 2 tones together to create a kind of a dynamic rhythm. Just very simple. Just turn a bit so you can all see me. And then we started to use that second tone a little bit more often. Not faster, just more often. Okay? At this point, bodhrán players then realized that if they turn their wrists a little bit more as they play, they can get an extra note that happens in between all of these ones, which we would call a triplet, just like this. So they realized they could use that a little bit more often as well. Get these kind of cool sounds, yeah? And then they figured out they could just string a few of them together. And then by accident, every so often, they would strike the edge of the drum. Now, they like that sound also, so they started to use that more often, okay? Now, those extra little notes that I was getting earlier on, we started to use those on the top of the drum also, just like this. Okay, so it got a lot more elaborate, as you can see. Okay, now, at this point, barrel players started to travel around the world a little bit. Now, when they did this, they noticed that most of the people in their own, I suppose, respective cultures were using, on their drums, most of the time, 2 hands. You can see that I'm only using 1 hand with a stick, okay? So we started to imitate that sound by just hitting the back of the drum. Try to do the stand up, it's a bit hard. Usually we'd sit down, right? Now the idea of this was we were going to elaborate and use it more often like the other techniques, but what we decided to do was actually leave our hand on the drum. Now by leaving our hand on the drum, we have to point it right down, okay? So you can see from this side, I'm just playing slightly below my hand. And then we realized we could hit against our hand like this to get even quieter again. And then they figured if you hit above your hand, you get a higher pitch. But if you move your hand around a little bit as you play, you can get an idea of a scale. So it really, really opened up the instrument and nearly became something very, very different, you know? It nearly makes it sound like you've got a few different instruments going together, a few different drums, you know? Okay, interesting kind of sounds and very quick developments on the barrel. Thank you. Cheers, appreciate that. Now, as well as that happening, we started to also look at the other drummers and see what they were actually hitting their drums with. So not just their hands, sometimes they were hitting with sticks, okay? So we looked at jazz drummers, and these guys were using little sticks like these, or sometimes wire versions of them. Any musicians in the room? Who's that? Yeah, nice one. What do you play? I sure can see you up there. Of course, Colin. Good man, Colin. Okay, any other musicians? Yeah? Nice one. What do you play? Yeah? Cool. Excellent. Great. She'll take you all. Okay, so we started to use the drum with these little sticks like this, just to get a kind of a softer sound for the whole thing, okay? Now, as well as that happening, we started to use technology on the drums. So you can see what I have on the ground here in front of me, right? So all those little pedals do different things. But the last one over here, this slightly bigger one over here on your left, my right, is the one that will actually loop the sound. So when I tap this pedal once, it starts to listen to what I'm doing with the microphone that's clipped onto the back. And it'll just start looping it around. So I press it once, it starts listening, and I press it a second time, it just spits out whatever happened between the 2 taps. Okay, here we go. A little bit more level on that there, lads, if you can. Okay, so we can add in other layers onto that. So we have a little bit of a grounding rhythm going on there, okay? So I'll push this in here, and then what we can do is it'll make the drum have a bit more of a kind of a bit more of a bassy sound to it, and I can get a little bit closer to the actual notation. So it makes the rhythm a bit more interesting. Here we go. So you can see how that fits over, yeah? Okay, we'll add in a different layer. We just need different textures, because when we add in the different textures, they all come together to create that, yeah? So let's get this one looped in. I'm going to double this. Okay, you can hear like this, like a drummer kind of doing 2 clicks. It's just a longer loop. Okay, this one here is made from a few different kind of types of small sticks. They're just like barbecue sticks, essentially, is what they really are, okay? Now what they do is this imitates a snare drum, just like that. So I'm just going to loop this on over it, just like that. And then the last one, this one here is made from just 2 big lumps of wool just glued onto a bit of wood, okay? And what it does is it gives me the sound of the bottom end of the drum. So we took this idea from timpani drummers, from orchestral drummers, okay? And they would have, in a full orchestra, you have a full set of percussion, but you have 4 massive drums. I'm sure you probably have seen them before if you've gone to see an orchestra play before. So we took that idea and started to put this on the drum, and it gave us a lovely low sound. So what I can do is I can hit this now. It'll glue the whole rhythm, and I'll just show you what I mean. And you can see how it pulls it all in together, yeah? Cool, it's cool, isn't it? All right, so what we're going to do for a bit of fun, if you don't know already when you came into the room, there's loads of drums underneath your seats. So we're going to see if we can actually have a go at playing them. Yeah, thanks, lads. We're going to just keep that going, yeah? All right, so I just want you to grab your drum and just get used to it, and take the sticks and hold them and all that stuff and see how far we get. We're going to see if we can turn you all into professionals now in the next 5 minutes or so. Okay, everybody has a stick? Yeah, we all got them. Nice one. Okay, now if you can see your drums there, they all have goat skins on the front of them. Some of the skins are actually synthetic, but they're made to look like goat skins, okay? Very, very simple little instrument, and they're nice and light. So what we'll do is I'll just show you how to get going. Okay, guys, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to just show you how to hold the sticks and the drums correctly, okay? So we're going to hold the stick as if it's like a pen or a pencil in whatever hand you normally write with, okay? I'm a lefty myself. Any other lefties in the room? We have a couple of you. There's only ever a handful of us, lads. Okay, so just like this. Now what I want you to do is make sure that the stick is not resting on the web of your hand, that it's resting, you're using your fingers to make the stick vertical, not your wrist. Okay, so keep your wrist straight and then use your fingers to make the stick vertical. Okay, great. Now what I want you to do, guys, is then move your hand just above the center, so it's longer on the bottom, shorter on top. Great. And turn the bottom part of that stick then towards your chin. Just like that, yeah. Now bring your elbow down beside your body and just relax your arm, but you're still pointing up at yourself, okay? So that's the ready position for holding the stick. Now with the drum, you're all sitting down, so what I want you to do is pop the drum vertically onto the opposite leg and keep it nice and close to your body. Now if you want, you can hold the bar that's in the back, but if you want to be a little bit more professional about it, you can go underneath that bar and just put your hand flat onto the actual, what we call the head of the drum, the skin. Okay, so bring it nice and close to your body like that. Just imagine I'm sitting, so you should look like this, yeah? Okay, now, to strike the drum, everybody, we're just going to turn our arm, all right? And when you're pointing at your chin, and then you finish, full turn, and you finish pointing towards the ground. So you're going to strike the drum, actually, with the bottom end of the stick, which is the part that's pointing at you. So let's see if we can all just do that together with me there. So every time you hit that drum, make sure you finish pointing towards your legs, or your feet, or the ground. Okay, perfect, okay. Now we're going to put the up beats then after every down beat. You just come back up the same way. Sounding good. Okay, a little bit faster. Sounding good. Right, that's too easy for you. A little bit faster. And a little bit faster. Now, don't be the first person to drop the stick, whatever you do. Okay, faster. And then fast again. Be Murphy's Law now if I dropped it, wouldn't it? Okay, so what we're going to do, everybody, is I'll show you now a couple of basic rhythms for a bit of fun. So rhythm 1 has 2 parts to it, okay? The first part has 3 big down beats. Down, 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 followed by a down, up. That's quiet. So it looks like this. Down, 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 up. And that's it. Down, 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 up, and again, and again. Last one. Easy, perfect. Okay, next part goes like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just down ups, perfect. Now if you want to make that sound better, hit the ones a little bit harder than the rest like this. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice one, that sounds really good. Okay, and stop. Great, guys, that's really good. Okay, we're going to take 2 groups of 4 and put them on the end of the first bit now. And this will create rhythm 1, okay? So, down, 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 up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down, 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 up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down, up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down, up, 1, 2, 3, 4, keep it going. Down, up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down, up, 1, 2 more. Boom, boom, boom. And last one. Down, up, 1, 2, 3, 4, and stop. Excellent, really good. Really, really good. Okay, rhythm 2 incorporates this sound. Top of the drum, everybody, all the way up here. Cool. Okay, now, rhythm 2 starts off like this. Down, up, down, click. Down, up, down, click. And da-da-dum, ba, and da-da-dum, ba, and da-da-dum, ba, and da-da-dum. I'm waiting for the Queen reference. Who's going to do it? Da-da-dum. Okay, very good. Now we're going to add on a little bit more to it, just like this. So, down, up, down, click, down, click. It's a little bit longer now, okay? Down, up, down, click, down, click. Good. Da-da-dum, boom, and again, da-da-dum, boom, and one more, da-da-dum. Now we need to add on one more time like this. Da-da-dum, boom, boom, click, click. 2 clicks at the end, okay? Let's try it together. So, down, up, down, 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 click, click. Da-da-dum, boom, boom, da-da-dum, boom, boom, da-da-dum. Okay, that's really good. Let's go a bit faster. Da-da-dum, boom, boom, da-da-dum, boom, boom, da-da-dum, boom, boom. Last one, da-da-dum, boom, and stop. Really good. Well done. You're flying through this, guys. You really are. Okay, so rhythm 3 is actually the shortest and the easiest of them all. It's very simple. I won't even teach this to you. I'm just going to play it, and you guys can play it back to me, okay? Here we go. Nice. Okay, let's try that a little bit faster. Here we go. Boom. A little bit faster. Okay, and stop. Very good, everybody. Very, very good. Okay, we all doing all right? Just about. Hanging in. Okay, now, who remembers rhythm 1? Anybody? Okay, rhythm 1. Down, 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 up 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now rhythm 2. Da da dum, ba, 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 da da dum, boom, boom, ba, ba, da da dum, boom, boom, da da dum. And rhythm 3. You're doing really well. Okay, 6, 7, and stop. Nice one. Right, we're gonna put it to the test now. We're gonna try this out with a bit of music and see how far we get. Okay. All right. So the music is gonna be, the rhythms will be a little bit faster, just a touch. Okay. So see if you can stick with me. Good when you are there, lads. Yeah. Thanks a million. Now we're gonna start off on rhythm 1, everybody. Okay. So 3 big downbeats. All right. Just follow me. I'll talk you through it. All right. See how far we get. Okay, so here's the speed of it. So down, 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 up 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here we go, guys. So boom, boom, boom. Down, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Down, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, Carl. Woo! Keep it going. Sounding great. All right, sounding good, guys. Now we're gonna go over to rhythm 2. Here we go. So 5, 6, 7. Here we go. Da da do, ba, 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 ba. Da da do, boom, boom. Da da do, boom, boom. Da da do, boom. Perfect. Da da do, da da do. All right, sounding good. Back to rhythm 1, everybody. 3 big downbeats. Sounding good. Keep it going. All right, sounding great. Now we're going to go to rhythm 2. Here we go, everyone. And 5, 6, 7. Here we go. Da da do. Ba, 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 ba. Da da do. Come on, T-White. Woo. Da da do. Boom. All right, sounding good, everybody. Now the music is going to change. We're going to start off by hitting all of the downbeats nice and hard now. It's really simple. Just follow me, all right? Here we go. Whoa! Okay, just whacking all the downs. Woo! All right, sounding good. Now, do you remember rhythm 3? 2 clicks and then 1. Here we go, everyone. 6, 7, go. Boom, ba, 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 ba. All right, sounding good, guys. Right, we're gonna bring it down nice and quiet now. Here we go, really quiet. And build it up louder, back to the top. Here we go. All the downs. Hup. All right, sounding good? Okay, everybody, now we're going to test your timing. Let's see if we can all stop together at the same time, okay? Here we go. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, and stop! Nice one. Rhythm 3. Boom, ba, 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 ba. Woo. All right, sounding good. Last time around, everybody, let's make it nice and quiet. Build it up. Last time, back to the top. Okay, last time for rhythm 3, guys. Here we go. 6, 7, here we go. And boom, ba, ba, ba. All right, sounding good. We're gonna slow it down, guys. Da da do, ba, boom, and again, boom, and again, boom, and again. Here we go. Big finish. Rhythm 3. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, well done, everybody. Good job. Nice one. Now you're all awake for the afternoon. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, guys. Thanks a million. See you again, all right? Just do me a favor. Just put the sticks inside the drums. Drums under the chairs, all right? Have a great day, guys. Take care.
All right. Woo. Well done, man. Well, I guess this is what rock stars feel like. Rock and roll! Or maybe Irish folk music. Probably better now. Probably better. Well done. Well done. Feel energized? Rhythmatized? Okay, ready for some energy talk? I hope so. Well, our next panel, led by Susan Scofer, who is a partner at SOSV and Chief Science Officer at HAX, H-A-X, where she invests in early-stage deep tech startup with a PhD in chemistry from Caltech. Love Caltech. She has spent her career translating scientific innovation into real-world products across R&D, product and business roles in Silicon Valley, and NYC, New York City. So we'll be talking about, or they'll be talking about network resilience. Here you are. Susan, the floor is yours. You want a drum to help you bass?
Okay. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I also want to invite the fellow panelists up here. Benoit, you're here. Michael, please join us here in the middle. And Gigantes. Okay, well, now that we're all energized, that was amazing. I'm glad I chose PhD in chemistry versus being a musician, but that was a lot of fun. So I think we'll start with some quick introductions. First of all, thanks to John for including me and including us here. SOSV, we're investors into early stage companies within deep tech and hard tech. We're super active within climate, technology, and energy. So we invest into all things in the physical world at an early stage, pre-seed stage. So we play a big role in really helping to translate technologies out of oftentimes academia or research institutions, taking those first steps, really translating that innovation into the market. And so I think we really share the enthusiasm in this room on the importance of innovation and the important role that innovators play and founders who are bold enough to kind of make that jump and actually say that we need to bring something new into the world and how do we take that from 0 to 1. But I think all of you play a role in that as well, and it's exciting that you have this forum where you have both innovators and really bold founders, but also utilities, kind of corporates, and those who are going to adopt the technologies, because we need that collaboration, as everyone's been saying, to really get this done. And I'm excited to talk about resilience because I think that's a pretty important part, and we've had some good setup this morning on why that's going to matter. But anyway, on that note, I'll hand it over to Benoit to give an introduction to what you're up to.
Sure, thank you. Hi, everybody, and thanks again for inviting us at the Free Electrons, amazing event. And I think I will try to learn some drums now. It's my new career after a startup. So I'm Benoit Gendron, CEO and co-founder of Latence Tech. We come and look at a different aspect of utilities. We looked at the connectivity performance. As you can imagine, as utilities going more into a digital aspect, this is becoming extremely important. It's fundamental for resilience. We'll talk about that. So we have created a real-time software that can do a continuous assessment of connectivity performance, and then we apply AI, try to come up with an understanding about where those variations come from and what can we do about it.
Great. Michael?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, great to be here. Thanks so much, especially to ESB for hosting and putting us through some great programming, great experiences, Jameson Distillery, the drums. It's all been a very marvelous. Got to take my wife back. So yes, Michael Bayro, founder and CEO at Linebird. We make payloads and solutions that leverage off-the-shelf professional-grade drones and professional tools that are already used in line work to get hands-on work done on live power lines and other overhead infrastructure. So we are solving for a problem that is a very key bottleneck in the energy transition. The network, the generation is there. The network needs upgrades, needs expansion, needs resilience, needs maintenance, and there's not enough hands to do the job. The job is very dangerous. It's very expensive. There are hundreds to thousands of fatalities around the world every year in this occupation, so we're very passionate about what we do. My co-founder was an aerial lineman, used to hang out of helicopters, has the scars to prove it. Very excited to talk with you all about grid resiliency and what we do.
Thank you. Vigantas?
Hello. So first of all, thank you ESB again. It's a great show. And as I mentioned, I think numerous times during these days, thank you, Free Electrons. It's a great program. So my name is Vigantas Kirejevas, and I am a CEO and co-founder of a company called Zero Parallax Technologies. We have the world's most advanced thermal health tracking system for substations. The main contribution to the grids are the cutting costs of maintenance and reducing the number and the length of power outages, and essentially producing recommendations for predictive maintenance programs.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm excited about the discussion on network resilience, in part because, we've been set up really well already with the sessions on why this matters. I think there's two huge factors that we face today. One is, I think we've moved from, is the energy transitioning happening? Whether or not it's happening, I think the answer is clearly yes, right? The energy transition is happening. It's more of a matter of when, how fast, and how we get that done. So that's one factor here. We're moving to renewables, we're moving to electrification. And the other big factor is that electricity demand is on the rise, right? After many years of kind of stagnant growth and lack of growing demand, now we have huge growth in demand, in part because we're shifting to electricity, but also because data centers and AI are driving a lot of that demand. So I think that's front and center on top of mind for everyone as to how we not only increase capacity, but of course, resilience then just becomes even more of a focus because nobody wants downtime, and we've seen some examples of that already across the globe of that happening, and it's a huge impact. So I think that sets the stage as to maybe why it matters, but I'm curious to hear from you guys what your vision is and why resilience became kind of something that you wanted to address through the various technologies that you're innovating with.
Should I start then? Okay. So for us, we want to have a more diversified source of power and networks, and as we distribute the power with the renewables and others, we still want to have real-time data access about what's happening with those remote equipment, and we want to be able to send commands and stuff. So the underlying fundamental way to ensure resilience is to have data from those equipment and be able to control them, and that's why we took the perspective of making sure that those underlying telecom network or comm networks of the energy sector is fully reliable to support extra network resilience, and that's what we do. So we ensure that we have real-time visibility about all the connected equipment, and also that we understand what is the capacity of those telecom networks to support this equipment. I spoke with a lot of OT and IT guys in utilities and also in manufacturing, and when I asked them, what about this, what is the capacity of your network that supports your connected equipment, they say, we're not sure, we don't know. We're kind of blind and nervous, and we have production guys telling us, I want to put those 5 drones, those 16 cameras, those 2 robots that go on the ground. They don't know if the network will support that. And that's our job, and that's what our software does, to ensure this aspect of resilience.
And for our piece, our vision, and really our mission that we say all the time is that we're on a mission to train and equip the workforce of the future and be an enabling platform technology for grid expansion, construction, maintenance, restoration. So really what we heard early on in all of this in customer discovery from many utilities was that when it comes to working on power lines, substations, transformers, everything overhead, getting up to the work and getting back down safely is often the hardest and many times the most expensive part of the job. I mean, think about how much a matting operation costs for one truck roll into a wetland area, and you can see what I mean. So for us, the vision is to enable just a better way to work on the grid that we have and together build the grid that we need for the next generation. So that's kind of the big picture, big vision. We can get into the granularities of how we do that today and what we want to do in the future later on in the discussion.
So we had a discussion at some point, some few months ago with the client, and it was a very interesting notion what the grid operator was mentioning. They said, you know, in the olden days, you had this engineer who used to come into the substation, and by just being there, he would she would know everything about it. He would listen, what's vibrating somewhere. He would know whether the temperature is. So it used to be this sort of human interaction with the grid, and this used to be, I think, the most resilient thing because it makes things, they know where to go and when and what to do. So in our case, giving this hyper granular real-time thermal image to people in like real time, it kind of resembles this kind of intimate knowledge about the state of the grid and the substation at any given moment. And I think, yeah, the result is really an increase in resilience, especially in the times where there's so much new energy generation come in, and you simply don't, not only that you don't have people that have hard times like doing that, but you don't really have people at all, or not enough people. So I think data, real-time data, and this kind of monitoring is really the key.
Yeah, and on that note, just to ask you a follow-up question, like, I think there's an opportunity, right? It's not just about how do we continue having this intimate knowledge that we have through someone who's a true expert who can basically feel if there's something off and detect that themselves, but what is there's kind of a future vision on how this cuts across the whole system or makes us more predictive, because not only are you gathering more data, but able to really use all that collection of data beyond, you know, the one person and what's in their brain. So can you talk a bit about like that vision for the future and how that can be transformative to the whole system?
Absolutely. So it's a process, and and we think of it as like a threefold process, and one is more kind of standardized and official. So we have worked out 7 different scenarios, and we have developed algorithms, a set of algorithms for each of those scenarios that are giving you this kind of standard-based maintenance recommendations. That's one. The second part, by giving this feedback, this kind of instant feedback on your grids, we also compare this to the ambient data, so we put a little weather station. Gives the engineers that are looking after those grids the required kind of density of data to make their own decisions from the, from the school they are coming from, because a lot of this knowledge is being in the heads of those engineers, and this is the tool that is allowing them to have that granularity and make decisions. And for us, we could learn out of that as well. And then the third part, of course, the future as we think the future for the industry is less LLMs and more SLMs. So small language models that can specialize in detecting patterns and making decisions that are relevant to very specific things. So these are sort of threefold. So I think once we reach that level, resilience is going to be much more under control.
Yep, and I think same question for you guys is just, how have you seen the evolution of that, right? I think there's one step, which is the initial, what does our technology do? But how do you see that like in a vision for the future as to what it really can do to change the way that we do things?
Yeah. Just maybe add on to Vigantas is that with the real-time data from connected equipment, you can be more proactive and less scheduled maintenance and act more on the network when there's an issue. Like that. So I think that's the way things should be in the future, a little bit more reactive, more real time, because we have the data from the equipment. I think that's my take.
Yeah, I think it's, we've seen the transition over the last, 2 decades with a lot of digitization of utilities and smart grids and everything else, the movement from those, scheduled maintenance or rules of thumb, like you said, into more real-time monitoring, regular monitoring, more data, less reactive, more predictive, and just a better way of managing things.
Data-driven, maybe data-driven.
Yes, data-driven for sure. Yeah. And I think in my views, especially having spent a long time looking closely at the drone industry and its interactions with the utility sector, we've seen a lot more focus on more eyes on, more sensors on, more hands on. So I think the opportunity to enable all three of those things, really more the last two, because eyes on is being done very well so far and getting more eyes in the sky. There's even satellite companies doing a lot of predictive maintenance and monitoring for utilities now. That is sort of how that vision translates into when we found our own value proposition beyond kind of our first granular use case of doing an NDT inspection of a connector asset where it was, very focused. If this fails, it's millions of dollars per hour or a wildfire or something like that, to the bigger picture of how do you leverage how you solve this problem to now solve for all the other problems of, someone mentioned, DLR technologies earlier, the deployments of those sensors on the grid is a huge barrier. Deploy is something that, our DOE said in the previous administration very often, and that's sort of the key problem now for a lot of people in the energy transition is, the will is there, the recognition is there, like you said, that the energy transition is happening, but now it's about, finding the capital, getting steel in the ground, getting eyes in the sky, getting hands on the grid, so you can actually do that and enact it. And like the old Bismarck quote was, if a revolution is to be had, better to undertake it than to undergo it. So we're undertaking it now.
And I will a small addition to that. And these are not standalone solutions, right? This goes everywhere from detecting and sensing and doing sort of pointing where you need to be and when. That needs really good connectivity, and you need to be able to rely on that one. And then you need the tools to actually effectively carry out what needs to be done. So it's never one kind of, and the free electrons is a good example of this. You will need to combine these things and build up these systems that actually will make a difference.
Right, and I guess that's why this is exciting. It's like, in addition to we're building capacity, we're meeting this demand, we're shifting the way we do things, we have the technologies that you guys are developing to help us do that in a forward-thinking way, so that we're actually innovating the way that we can implement that and enable resilience. But shifting to like your customers, I know all of you have been talking to customers, doing pilots. what are some of the challenges you've seen? I think there's appetite for adoption here, and there's an acknowledgement that they need these technologies, but what challenges do you face as you go to put these into practice, and like maybe things that have surprised you in terms of how there are challenges that you wouldn't have expected?
For me, the challenge is there's always somebody has done something internally. I have done a small thing that I can do to troubleshoot the network, but it's going to be used for 5 minutes or not as a operational 24-hour tool. So there's a little bit of this in-house type thing that we have to explain. How much better it is from a small tool. So that's most of the things. But when they see the type of data we can bring and what we can do with AI also to try to predict the network quality in the next few minutes or try to understand where the variation comes from, they understand the value of that it's more or superior than in-house tools. So that's a challenge for us. Yeah.
I think it's just like you said, we have the technology, but the implementation is really where the rubber meets the road. For us, we our first kind of handshake with the industry, we proved kind of feasibility of the idea of the technology. We refined the technology. We proved further and further that it was safe, reliable, that it was not going to cause a kind of incident. And when you compared it against the status quo, where sometimes you have giant metal helicopters next to high voltage power lines and workers that get into accidents and damages and things like that, now it's all about the implementation. And for us, I think I can safely say there's almost no utilities that we've encountered that says, we already have something that does this, we have done this before, we know how to implement it, we know who's going to do it, who's going to fly it, what the drone equipment is, the rules, the regulations around our own territory. So that is the biggest focus area for us, is navigating that implementation cycle. Who are the right stakeholders to bring in? Who's going to benefit from the use cases? Who's going to be the ones, the boots on the ground operating it? Because it's not us. We're not a service provider. We provide equipment, tools. It's not a scalable model, not a very liability-friendly model, especially in the States. So implementation, and stakeholder engagement, which is what this program has been so fantastic for, bringing all those people together. Everyone's on the same team. Everyone's saying we're all going to win from this, and then getting from things where you can go from first discussion to a pilot that's already executed and done within a 6-month span. It's like light speed in this sector.
Many challenges, but if I would have to pick one, which would be sort of important, is so the startups are here. They are really real innovators, right? And sometimes that takes another steps, and what I mean is that something out of the box thinking and do things in different way, an unusual way. So the challenge that I would sort of point out is sometimes we face engineers and maintenance people that have been doing things for many years, for decades, in exactly the same way. And sometimes have this pushback. We're saying all right, you are young and you're coming and you're saying that we could do this in a different way. I have been doing this for 25 years. You don't really tell me how it works and so on. And this is sort of to change the mind. So in our case, for example, they say, yeah, but if you point at the thermal, at the asset with the thermal device, I've been doing that for 25 years. You cannot get the same accuracy, and then we start explaining yeah, that's not how we think. We don't need the accuracy. We need sensitivity. We need trends, and then suddenly initially they think that we are here to replace their work and to replace them, and this is really the opposite. We are the tool to help them sort of know where to be and when, and to make it more effective. So, but transition from the mindset from the old and kind of traditional to the new way of thinking, and thinking that okay, actually this could be. It could make me much more effective. It's a challenge. Sometimes we find it's quite a challenge.
Yep.
Go ahead. Well, and I just don't want to discount to his conversation and to our own especially in hardware. Hardware is hard. It's said all the time. the technology and developing that, it also takes time, it also takes effort, but I think part of being here in the Free Electrons program is to be able to say to the world, like, you have the technology, like we said, we have the technology, you have developed, you have proven it, and building that trust to start that conversation where they don't just slam the door on you after they say, I've been doing this for 20 years. You have the chance to tell them more and to say, but have you thought about, and how can we help you with this? And what ROI is there for you if you consider this use case, or how this could have helped you in the last big, incident or project that you had?
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are underscoring the biggest challenge here, right? Which is, as you're saying, hard tech is hard, and technology is hard. But as it turns out, what we find is, the technology ends up being the easy part, quote unquote, because you can actually do that, and mostly you're set up as a team to really get that done. But getting people to change their minds and really engaging and executing on adoption is the really challenging part. So I suppose we're a little bit short on time, but I mean, how do you then define kind of getting to this product market fit? Like, I think we might not have a ton of time to get into it, but I know, Vigantas, you were sharing with me, like, your technology came out of a totally different area where you had started to develop it and then kind of pivoted into using it for this particular application. But so how do you start to define, like, product market fit and when you know that that's happened with the customers that you have?
Anyway, for us, you're right. We started with a pure telecom play with a 5G assessment of performance and latency. And then we saw there was a lot of needs in the industrial market. So we went we helped manufacturing. For example, in the manufacturing environment, they want to automate overhead cranes, for example. And if you do that and you remove the crane operator from the crane and put it in a nice office a couple of kilometers away, the networking part is crucial. So we did these use cases, and then we did mining also, same thing. Nobody wants to go underground. They want to operate the mine from above. Same thing, network is crucial, and we saw that there was a lot of potential also in the energy sector, that because the same type of use case apply. You want to teleoperate, you want to have supervision, you want to put robots. All this needs super good network. That's how we came up to come into the energy sector. And we see that it's similar use cases all the time. So that's why the software is well suited for this segment. And as energy sector goes into a more digital world or digital orientation, I think the underlying comm network will be crucial. And that's where we can help.
Yeah, I think for us, the product market fit journey has been two sides. One was figuring out, where do we fit into this with what we have devised. First, it was, we're going to be the first with this one service niche, and we're going to do really well with that. Then it was, well, we're going to be providing equipment, but it's for this one use case, and it's going to be great for wildfires, and it's going to be great for, long-term asset health. But what we came to realize more and more is more people came to us and said, well, can I use drones for this? Or can I use drones for that? Can it help me with this? And we figured that really it's in the end effectors and the use cases that show that what you have is not a one-trick pony, more of a Swiss Army knife in our case, where it can not just help with wildfire mitigation, but also like wildlife conservation and network resiliency and storm response. So we started developing more use cases like cutting damaged wire and removing debris, and even getting into sensor installations and other substation applications. Showed to the industry that the product we were trying to fit to the market was a whole new way of thinking about how you work on your network. Not just, it's a very specific niche, you're gonna have one contract, and that's gonna be, the way you transform your small sector.
So 9 years ago, our pitch deck message was, we are going to make the world's first and best virtual reality camera. And on the last slide in the corner, it said it could also be used in industry. Fast forward 9 years, the best way that I could identify that we have a product market fit is when I call a utility switchboard, and whoever is answering there, I explain what we have, and I ask who I can talk to. they scratch their head a little bit because it's unusual. Then like they give me a person, that person says, okay, it's not really me, but you could talk to that person. So 3 persons later, and that happens, in a matter of like 10 minutes, and that the 3rd person is the correct person, and then you explain, you do your pitch over the phone, just cold calling, nobody knows anyone. And if you get the response, that sounds interesting, let's set up a meeting, you are somewhere.
Nice. Okay, so in the last couple minutes here, I guess I would ask you, like, what advice would you share with other founders who have innovation, and what piece of advice would you share with them to kind of get through this journey? Because it's not an easy one, but you guys have good experience. So, what advice?
Advice: patience and perseverance. I think most often we're a little bit too early in the market with a great idea, maybe with a prototype. So you have to do a lot of education sometimes to your end customer. So patience and perseverance, and the market will come.
It's exactly what I was going to say. To the panel earlier, we were talking about being patient or not patient. I'd say be patient, but don't lose your drive and don't lose your nerve. That's what you most need to survive and sustain to where you're actually making a difference in the world and making revenue for yourself and your customers and the employees that rely on you to feed their families and all the rest. So those are the 2 key things. And then, especially in this market, you want to be very careful not to oversell or undersell, but appear humbly, listen a lot, talk a little, and then after you've listened enough, talk a lot about how you can help them.
So obviously both of these I completely agree, but maybe to add about the sort of what could be a good advice is identify really early what you should not do. So this is something super important. It keeps you focused, it keeps you driven, and then it keeps you sort of motivated. You cannot spread yourself out, and you cannot jump around everything because if you have a real innovation, there's going to be 1.1 million things that you can do with that. But you should just really identify early what you should not do.
And think maybe one more. I think that maybe your market is not local. Also, sometimes as a startup, I come from Canada, nearby Hydro-Québec, and we met in Australia for the first time. I could have driven for 20 minutes to meet you guys, but that's okay. That's okay. So good. It's a great trip to go there. Sometimes we think that we should have a local reference before going global. Most startups now are global, so be born global.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Congratulations on your progress, and thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Asha, you can sit, yeah. So thank you very much, guys. We have this also another innovation, which is asking moderators to be panelists. So I'd invite also Marina and Jody to come on stage, please. For just before lunch, I know we're getting the tummy rumbling, but just I'd love, you've been through 11 of the 15 startups of this year's Free Electrons. Amazing moderation, by the way. Thank you for all the prep. What do you get out of it? I mean, what are your patterns and what's your impression?
Starting with me. Well, first off, I just have to say, wasn't the bar run session amazing? Absolutely amazing. So well done to Free Electrons team for figuring that one out. I think first off, it is really inspiring to see the innovation and the bravery and the courage of innovators to do what they're doing. And they are trying to problem solve. And I think a lot of the words that were used just now around patience, perseverance, focus, all of that's mission critical. But, you know, we have as a world, as a globe, we've so much more that needs to be done in terms of net carbon zero, and it's that partnership and it's that kind of it's the collaboration between the utilities who need to work with smaller industry, staying with the role of the investors, and SOSV is a really key one. The role of mentors, the role of advisors, and just for these these small companies just to stay the course because they have incredible technologies that are already delivering, but so much more potential.
Okay, so the whole ecosystem, the whole environment to support the growth and incubating them. And
I think so, and I think, you know, as Enterprise Ireland, we do a lot in the Irish context. It is, we have a big target of 200 startups that we want to fund every year. We're at about 160. There's a big opportunity to get behind more startups, and I think what we heard from the panel that I was on is innovation and new companies can be formed from academia, they can be formed from existing business, they can come independently. So how do you, if you're an innovator, how do you, you know, establish the business, have that right community around you, you know, get the funding in place from the get-go and have that courage and that bravery to just get out there. And I think the getting out there piece is really critical. It's not hold back your innovation, it's share, it's network, and this is why Free Electrons, I think, is so important in terms of that socializing their innovation and making those connections.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Jody, what did you capture? What caught your attention?
For me, listening to startups talking about your innovations gives me hope. You know, I spend a lot of time out in nature and thinking about climate change and this existential threat that we're all facing as humans. And I know that that's fundamentally important for us not just to be depressed about that, but for us to actually think, let's do something about it. And humans are creative and we have this incredible capacity to be able to fix and solve problems. And when I listen to startups, that's where I get kind of the most inspiration in that space. I'm also kind of using it selfishly because, you know, I run a really big innovation fund in the UK, and we can really think about how we can adapt that fund and make it more appropriate and better to facilitate more startups to come into that space. You know, we are very acutely aware that doing things in the same way, in the same big institutional organizations that are very risk averse is not going to solve the problems that we need to solve. And so it's really, really important for us that we can create the right conditions through our funding mechanism and the incentives to drive more innovators to come into that and really come and work with us in partnership and in collaboration on the projects that we fund.
Sure. Thank you. Susan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just really exciting and inspiring to see that this ecosystem is being built, right? Like, I feel like everyone's speaking about it, but we obviously need the innovation. I mean, from my perspective, coming out of like PhD, where, you know, innovation is core to what we're doing in the research lab, we need the innovation. We need to start translating that out into the world, but it takes a village, right? And this is the village that you need. So it takes the people who are funding the innovation, really supporting that from the early days and helping it take steps to get out of a lab and start actually thinking, instead of like thinking about, you know, what experiment do I want to do tomorrow, but actually who are the customers, what could this technology do in the world, how can it make an impact, starting to talk to those people to like understand where it can be translated and where it can be impactful. I think that's really exciting. But then, yeah, we need to fund it. We really need the engagement of the bigger companies who are going to adopt it, because they're the ones that need to connect the dots between the technology and the potential, and really where does this apply and how can we change our thinking. And then also that helps it to scale. So I think it's exciting to see everyone in this room trying to think about collaborating. And another thing that's just cool is like the communication, right? Because coming from a scientist perspective, you know, we don't really think about communication, although I would argue it's core to what you do, and it's the scientific method, right? What am I trying to do? What's my hypothesis? Let's go test that out. Now I have data. Okay, I need to present that in some context, otherwise it's meaningless. But I think all of the innovators really have the opportunity to communicate that innovation to their customers, and that dialogue is how we really start to like bring something that doesn't exist into reality. So that's pretty exciting.
And do you get a sense, because I mean, so you're deep rooted into this bridge between R&D and then piloting, and do you get a sense that it's getting faster, this process? I mean,
I would just say, I think it's the key interface of like the patience and impatience, right? You need both of those factors, but I think it's getting faster to the extent that people realize there's a gap, right? Like, again, energy demand is increasing. Like, we do need these things, so that could drive it to go faster, but it can only go so fast as everyone in the room can adapt to it. And I think my biggest learning commercializing technology is like, you need to always bring your stakeholders along. So like it can go faster, but everyone needs to be pushing in the same direction, and really understanding like what we're doing and why and all these things. So I think it can accelerate, and it is, but we have a role in making that happen.
Okay. Now, Jody, I think, mentioned about this hope, and I was really, are you hopeful? I mean, do you see all this, is this making you hopeful or not so?
Oh, massively hopeful.
Okay.
Massively. But I think the measure of success is going to be fast forward 12 months, and let's see where these innovators are at, and let's see what that collaboration looks like between the utilities, you know, what new innovations they're sourcing, what entrepreneurship is going on within the utilities to partner with some of these. So I think it's the measure of success in 12 months' time, but I'm very hopeful in terms of the techno and the interest. I think like this is an ecosystem, and there's a lot of commitment and goodwill in the room. So it's how do we leverage that to maximize impacts for both the utilities, but also the innovators.
Now, and I would even say that, so there's a lot of experience, built up experience, and of course there's this sense of we have to do more, the targets are crazy, the transition is super fast, but we've never been, I think, as fast in doing innovation. And we see this in free electrons, but also elsewhere. So it's like we're doing better than ever, but are we doing enough? And I mean, I throw it out, are we doing enough? Never.
No, never.
Okay.
It's never fast enough.
It's never fast enough.
It's never fast enough.
Okay.
And when you're in it day to day, it doesn't feel fast.
Yeah, but it is faster than it was yesterday.
It's faster than it was yesterday. And I think, it's really important to remember that, right? We're doing better, but we can still do better, and we can be faster, and we can be more agile. And, you know, we talked on the panel that I was chairing about that kind of regulatory inertia and the inertia that you get in big organizations. And I know that because I work in a big organization and I feel it acutely every day. But I think it's that point about that frustration and patience, perseverance versus patience. And how do you maintain hope and keep driving? Because ultimately, if you're not doing that personally, then why are you here?
Fair. Exactly.
I mean, it's really all about like capturing the wins, recognizing that, you know, using this playbook that we have in this room now, like free electrons is doing it, so that's making it go faster. But how do we do that in more circles across the globe, like with more innovators and more adopters? Like that I think you're setting up a playbook that helps you go faster. I think then we can do more of it. Okay. So that's exciting.
Important point.
I think one of the things that will help us go faster as well is really events like this that help us celebrate. It's like, I think you're right, like ultimately it's about deployment and what's happened this time next year, but also reflecting on like what we have achieved and what is happening, and programs like this that do help us go faster is really important to kind of celebrate that and be very clear about the factors that are driving that speed.
And I think just one other point, I think the experience that's in the room in engaging on whether it's setting up a business, partnering with other early stage startups, partnering with utilities, and I think I certainly got a sense on the panel and before when we were prepping, there is a lot of openness to share and to try and co-create or to help on that kind of pace piece to get to market quickly.
Absolutely, and it's very genuine. I mean, I talk from observing the ongoings of the program. Do you feel there's enough money in the system to make it run fast? Do we need more? Is it lacking?
I think we always need more.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we need more because there's so many gaps, right? I mean, like, there's early stage funding, but there's funding to scale, but there's always gaps in that, and it takes longer than we think, and everybody always talks about finding the right patient capital, but I think also just bridging gaps, you know, so that, I mean, the biggest risk is that we have innovation, we have some opportunity to adopt it, but we can't quite get through that valley of death, which there's probably many valleys of death, right? So we need more capital to bridge that, and to avoid like the innovators and the startups perhaps making bad decisions because they're short on money, right? So that's always going to be a challenge, but I think the more capital we have, the less we go in the wrong direction and get off course.
Okay.
You go. No, I think there's been some good developments. I think from a European perspective, EIC has been important in terms of trying to accelerate some of this. I think in the Irish context, we recognise there are gaps at the early stage, but also gaps in terms of scaling finance. businesses that reach a certain milestone and getting them, we need more big companies in Ireland that are Irish owned, indigenous, growing and powering. So yes, there needs to be more money.
Okay.
For me, it's actually about money in the right places. This innovation incentive that I look after, it's right in the middle. It funds networks directly. We haven't spent all of the 450 million, and we're 4 years in, and we're nowhere near spending it. So that would indicate to me that there's enough money there, but it's not quite in the right place. And what I would really like to see is more money at the early stages directly to innovators to support that kind of entry into the market. This is a really complex space to work in. If you're new to it from another area or from another industry or from another sector, it's really difficult to kind of break into this market. So you need support to do that and capital to do that. And then in the Valley of Death stage as well, like one of the things we're doing with our fund is we're setting up a deployment fund so that we can try to bridge that gap. But I feel very, very frustrated with the finance sector. I had a round table with them last year where they basically all sat around the table with the government and the regulator and basically said, well, the problem here is that the regulation and the policy is all wrong. So when you've sorted that out, let us know. And I just think that kind of is slopey-shouldered. Like everyone can do something here. And it's that thing of personal responsibility and accountability for how do I choose to use the power of my own position or my own influence or the money that I have access to really get it in the right place. So for me, it's about money in the right place, not is there enough?
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, of course. All right, so we're really getting to lunchtime. Just one last round, as in you've been here. This is part 1, part 2. You've seen the startups. You know the utilities. Words of advice, words of wisdom that would help them in this journey. Or lunch, I mean.
Just from we need entrepreneurs. We need more entrepreneurs to solve some of the big issues that we're all tackling together. So stay with the course, be brave, be courageous. And I think there's a lot of goodwill in the room in helping you on that journey, whether it's in Ireland or whether it's globally. And keep networking with each other, sharing, speaking, communicating, socializing, and well done to Free Electrons.
Thank you. Jody.
Yeah, I mean, to be quite honest, I feel very not in a good position to give advice. I am not as brave and courageous as startups. I've never done it. I've supported lots, and I've facilitated lots, but I see myself much more in that facilitatory role, and I'm too risk averse to have the courage that you guys have had to really take the time and believe in an idea and go for it. From what I have seen, relationships are absolutely key. I really like that thing that Niall said earlier about go big now, that. Just don't hold back. It's so important. I've really noticed that in the projects that I mentioned that I was working on 15 years ago, they were far too small, and it's the same amount of effort and energy to do a small project as it is to do a large project. It's just different numbers on a spreadsheet. So really that thing about be really ambitious and bold, I've really noticed that in the projects that I've witnessed and been honoured to help facilitate. And failure is learning. The thing about innovation is failure is an acceptable part of it. And it's never wasted. Your effort and energy is what shapes you and drives you and fuels your soul. And you have to be comfortable with that. It's okay. That's okay.
Thank you, Jody. Susan.
Yeah, those are all great pieces of advice. I mean, I would echo that and say just, you have a network, so use it, right? There's all these people in this room and across the world that actually want to help. So I think don't be shy and don't be afraid to reach out to people, ask for help, engage them. I feel like that's what gives us all energy and makes it possible is that we have each other, right? So lean on people around you. And I think no one's ever upset when you approach them, with an ask or to share something or to collaborate. So I think just don't hesitate to be a part of the network. And yeah, I definitely agree. Failure is part of the learning. I mean, I feel like I hear early career people well, what if I do the thing that I don't end up wanting to do? It's to me, that's all part of the journey. So I think embrace that, and ending up doing something you don't want to do could lead you to what you do want to do. And it's all positive learning. So yeah, collaborate and don't be afraid of failure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Susan, Jody, Marina, thank you. So we reached lunchtime. We went a little bit overboard on time with the drums. Of course, we got excited. Makes sense. So we have till 2 to have lunch upstairs, as you've been before. It's been great. Thank you, and thank you again. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. How was lunch? Super. So yeah, I mean, these guys were great yesterday. And today was Indian food. I mean, I think everybody really enjoys Indian food. Good? Too spicy? Not spicy enough? Not spicy enough. I like this adventurous spirit. Very good. So we're back here, part 3 of the Open Day. And we already have our panelist and moderator, Christian Feist, which let me present, is the CEO and co-founder of VentureWork. He actually was the founder, before that, of Greencom Networks, which was a Free Electrons alumni from the first ever Free Electrons program. Yeah, there you go. And led it to acquisition by Enphase Energy, where he was VP of Energy Management. With 25 plus years in the sector, he brings deep expertise in the energy markets, digital platforms, and the AI optimization. Christian, the panel is yours.
Thanks a lot, Manuel. And there are not many people from 2017 here. You're one of those. So big thanks.
True.
Here are others. Yes, absolutely. And a big thanks to the Free Electrons Consortia, and especially John for inviting me to beautiful Dublin. Thanks, man. So now, stage is yours. You're the guys. Let us first introduce you. So Preeti, tell us a little bit about your company.
Hi everyone, pleasure being here. I'm Preeti, I'm the CTO and co-founder of Anzen. At Anzen, we make solid-state heat pumps to retrofit and or essentially help properties where you can't install a traditional heat pump and you want to essentially enable better grid acceleration as well of decarbonized technologies.
And I can tell you the design is beautiful.
Thank you.
Matt.
Hi everyone, my name is Matt Reisenstein. I'm co-founder of Copia Energy. We are developing a virtual power plant from telecom backup assets. All very familiar with storms, outages on the power grid. We're less familiar with the ramifications that has for our online dating, for our Netflix, for our messaging, critical applications. And telecoms is vulnerable to those outages, and we make sure that when they invest in resilience, they can earn a really significant payback.
Hey everybody, John Wells with Energy Hawk. We have measured the rooftop solar capacity for over 750,000 buildings globally, and so we use satellite imagery to measure that rooftop solar capacity. We also estimate the behind-the-meter load profile, so the demand, kWh, et cetera, for our customers. So we have utilities as customers, solar developers, storage companies as customers, and yeah, we help with sales enablement, both through data and automation of sales campaigns.
Eric. Yeah, and hi everyone. My name's Eric Topham. I'm the CEO and one of the 3 co-founders of Octopipe. So what we basically do is improve the energy efficiency of data centers by 10% by using machine learning-based optimization to improve the performance of the cooling systems. That kind of current mission that we're on is part of a wider vision to develop sort of the next paradigm of very secure, highly distributed machine learning systems for industrial automation and energy management applications.
Yeah, when Manuel sent me that topic, I thought this sounds familiar because in 2017 I was sitting where you guys are sitting now, and we had exactly the same topic. So apparently that topic is not resolved yet. And the thing is, in my view, the energy transition is not happening without the customer. If we don't manage to get buy-in from the customers, we will all fail. I'm a big believer in technology. We can resolve everything. Every technical problem will be resolved if needed. But if we don't get the customer on board, we will fail. Absolutely, no chance. And maybe just one example. I'm living in a small village close to Munich in Germany, and we had a big debate, 5,000 people living there. We had a big debate about a wind farm that was supposed to be deployed there. 50% was against it, 50% was in favor of it. It took us 3 years to get to a decision, and the decision was obvious. It was a smaller wind farm. So there was a compromise in the end, but it's really important to get buy-in from the people, and this is a big effort. Another small example was just last week when I was driving with my two sons, 15 and 17 years old, along a golf court, a beautiful golf court in our neighborhood somehow, and there is a beautiful meadow next to the golf court, and a couple of weeks ago they started deploying a large solar PV on that meadow. Then my little one said, this is ugly, this is really ugly. And my older one said, yeah, who cares? We need it. And even in my family, there is a big debate, should we support that solar PV? I mean, now it's installed anyway, but should we support it? Do we like it or don't we like it? It's really so crucial to bring the customer on board. And I mean, Jody was talking, where is Jody? I don't see her. She was talking about the ultimate customer, and the ultimate customer that is a little bit like in a video game, the last level. And in my view, for the energy transition, it's not the last level, it's even the first level. If we don't overcome that, if we don't empower the customer, if we don't get buy-in, we will all fail. So this is why this topic is super important. So coming back to you guys, first of all, let's discuss. I mean, Jody said the ultimate customer. Who is your customer? Can you just give a little bit of insights? Because in many cases you have several customers, but who is it that you need to empower in the end to be successful?
Yeah, so our target market is more B2B2C. So we've got a conventional problem when you have such a model, which is someone has the buying power, whereas someone else has the benefits of it. And that's often the biggest challenge that you have to overcome. So in our case, for instance, we sell to utilities who have installation teams, but also to independent house owners, landlords. And then there's the tenant, or in some cases whom we call the end user, who's got the benefit of the entire process. From a landlord or a utility perspective, it's more on the capex, whereas from the end user, it's on the opex. So there is a bit of trade-off that you have to do where you're doing something called you're making them aware of what the benefits are, but also you're giving them agency to know that the benefit is not just linear, it's not just to them, but it's to the wider ecosystem. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we're solving with a very cheap trick, I say, is making it look very pretty. So you all want to have one in your house. And I mean, to be honest, we actually don't talk much about design for that very reason, that we don't want you to know our secret. But we realize that's kind of a way of making the end users and everybody in the circle know that it's not just about the ultimate benefit to the planet, but maybe there's something you can do selfishly for yourself that leads to the ultimate good of the planet. But yeah, that's I think something that we're working quite avidly on.
Thanks a lot, Preeti. Matt, what do you?
So our core customer, and this is why this has been a really fantastic journey on for Electrons, and in particular with ESB, are companies known as tower cos. So if you come to our booth upstairs, we've got a model of a telecom tower. We can tell you the story of why we have a Lego model of a telecom tower when you come. And these are infrastructure companies, usually investors in multiple kinds of infrastructure. Could be roads, could be bridges. Sometimes it's specifically telecom towers. These are large companies that before I started on this journey, I'd never heard of. Phoenix Tower International is an American company that's worth about $100 billion. It's quite a lot. Never heard of it. It's a company in Spain called Cellnex, 20 billion euro market cap business, quite big. Never heard of it. So these are quite big businesses that own lots of infrastructure, and they're facing all sorts of headwinds in the telecoms space. Could be the kind of really far out world of low Earth orbit satellites, meaning that our poor little planet isn't really needed anymore. Not really, but that telecom towers at least may not have a future. It may be that there's been significant consolidation in the telecom sector, so carrier marrying carrier, like in the UK just recently with two of our biggest coming together. That means that there are fewer customers for towers to serve. And we come in and we say, well, you're our customer, you're going to buy some services off us, maybe buy a product, and we're going to massively amplify your revenue with a relatively small footprint. You can start actually not just being engaged in the energy transition, but fundamentally contributing to it and be paid for that. ESB, turns out, owns a bunch of towers. I didn't know that, but it's a very happy fact, and delighted to be working so closely with the ESB Telecoms team.
Okay. John, how about yourselves?
Yeah, so we sell to sales teams and go-to-market leadership at distributed energy companies. So commercial solar, battery storage, demand response, hydrogen fuel cell, even energy retail teams. So any commercial and industrial focused energy organizations that are trying to increase leads, increase qualified opportunities, we help them with sales enablement. I formerly sold a lot of the products I just listed, spent a lot of time on Google Maps manually hovering over commercial parks and industrial parks, 2-3 hours a day trying to identify the largest energy consumers, but also the highest, the largest rooftops for solar capacity. And so what we do for those customers is we generate lists. We can prioritize them by rooftop square footage, by industry type. We're running a really cool pilot with Naked Energy and E.ON where we're going to be focusing on really specific industrial heat manufacturers that can benefit from rooftop solar that maybe otherwise wouldn't have been able to because of the size of panels and some of the other developers in the market. So yeah, that's what we do. And what we've really done most recently for our customers is help with these automation campaigns, going to market. We do the homework at the scale of tens of thousands of buildings on these solar opportunities so that when you email or outreach to CFOs of commercial and industrial buildings, you can say, hey, your 86,000 square foot rooftop is a great fit for solar. And you can have that in the subject line. You can have that in the first email copy. We want to speak the language faster of distributed energy and make those variables, front of funnel for the top sales teams in the renewable space. So it's a bit about what we do.
And we're a little different. So our customer, unsurprisingly, in the end, is the data center operator. We at the moment kind of really think about 3 segments within that. So we have the co-location market, where effectively the data center is the operator is offering the power, the water, the space, etc. to the tenant. We have the enterprise market, where we have owner operators that are operating their own sites, and of course then there's the sort of the hyperscale and more recently, of course, the AI data center market. So we've really kind of focused on the co-location and enterprise markets to begin with. The hyperscale market is difficult to access. Some of the stuff that George was trailing in the update earlier for us is going to be really significant with a big partnership to go to the hyperscale market very, very quickly. But what's interesting is that within that, we have this kind of sort of buyer-user mismatch, right? Like the users for us are actually the operators, the mechanical engineers that are operating inside the data center at the moment, manually looking after those cooling systems. And then at the same time, we've got the buyers, which are really the operations directors and the sustainability directors of the data centers that are looking to drive some of that operational efficiency improvement and the kind of sustainability and compliance piece, particularly in Europe with the EED that's sort of coming full bite next year. And so that kind of proposes for us a really interesting and complex selling situation where we are, of course, sort of economically selling to those stakeholders, but at the same time, with the operator, we have some people that are incentivized to be extremely cautious, risk-averse, and not helped by the sort of the public narrative around AI, rather skeptical and cautious when it comes to the sorts of systems that we're offering them. So, that's kind of like the lay of the land for us, and I'm sure we're going to talk a bit more about how we actually all go about trying to resolve that kind of complex picture.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a trivial landscape overall, because if you're just a B2C company, you have one customer in the end, which is the end customer, but all of you guys have several customers where there might be potential conflict of interest. And Preeti, you mentioned you have landlords, you have installers, you have the tenant. I mean, the landlord has an interest in low capex, the installer has an interest in high capex because there might be a margin on it. The tenant has an interest in low opex. So how do you manage those potential conflicts, and how can you be successful?
Yeah, I think one trick in the playbook that we're using is knowing what features essentially and how to convert it into a plus for a shared ecosystem of stakeholders that we have. Like for instance, with the landlord's case, for this though, I would have to preface that it's highly dependent on the policies that can come in, that can shape this overall landscape. I don't think just as a startup, we could actively do that. I think there has to be a natural transition that comes in with policies or regulations that help add that. So one thing that's helped us out is in the UK, well, there are the defined timelines by when landlords have to change their EPCs, so that, which is the energy performance of a building, so that they can go ahead and start renting the properties out. And there are things like the Future Home Standards that's coming up, which is enabling better and more efficient technologies to come in, and not just any green technology for that matter. So when that's happening, it's forcing landlords to make that decision, but at the same time, when it comes to the CapEx, which is why we've decided to do a very divided model and enable slower transition. So one of the key things that has worked out for us is you don't have to go ahead and retrofit your entire home with a new heat pump. Instead, you can do a very gradual transition. So that way, for both the landlord as well as the tenant, there is the benefit that the tenant's getting used to the system, they're more aware of how to actually control their heating system, and for the landlord, it's not a one-time burn in their pocket.
Eric, you mentioned the conflict between your customers and the operators. Do you have any examples from your experience how you can resolve that? And in my view, that it might be even more complex because there are other stakeholders like traders or energy managers that want to interact as well with the data center providers beyond your solution based on market prices, etc. How can you manage that complexity?
Yeah, so I think we could go on about this for longer than we have time, but let's take sort of two areas of conflict. There's conflict in the kind of the business case side of things, and there's conflict in the adoption side of things. So on the business case side, the example I'd use is, for instance, in the co-location world, there is an issue sometimes, which is that the energy saving that you derive for them the benefit of that doesn't accrue to the co-locator themselves, because some co-locators run basically variable PUE contracts where the power usage efficiency, which is written into the equation that defines the contract value, if it gets leveraged down, you're basically reducing the operational cost, and that cost saving is passed to the tenant. So then the conflict is really about how do we resolve this insofar as our kind of direct customer is the co-locator, but their customer is the one that's really seeing the benefit from it. And so here this is about how we have to learn to unpack the kind of very basic headline thing of we save you 10% of your data center energy into actually the impact of that in this particular case is about customer acquisition, customer retention, the customer shopping on better sustainability credentials, compliance and so forth. And then in the second piece about adoption, it's really all about the fact that we have this conflict where, a solution's been bought in by the business, but the operator is responsible for actually operationalizing that, and they don't trust us. And so trust is really the number one thing that we actually optimize for. So internally, in our kind of internal product development philosophy is trust first, scale second, performance third. Because if they don't trust it, they're not going to use it. If they use it, you need to scale it. And once you can scale it, then you might as well start squeezing the juice out of the orange. And so that piece about building trust with the customer, with the user, is really important. And so in our case, for instance, just to use an example of how the product is built to try and do that, there's an onboarding process that goes through a whole sequence of events to show them in simulation how the system is expected to behave. And then with the way that we have the system built, we have the ability to start the customer using that system in a sort of an entirely manual fashion. So it will automatically recommend system changes, but the user has to manually review and accept those, and then they're applied automatically. Then, when they get comfortable with that, we can basically run the system in a hybrid mode where there's a guardian that effectively triages according to a set of rules and risk levels, which actions can be applied safely, automatically, and which changes still have to go for manual review and approval. And eventually, when the customer gets happy with that and basically they realise that, well, this is just taking up more of my time than really is required, then we can make the whole system operate automatically. And the neat thing about it as well is that as they go through that curve, the efficiency gain that they get increases because in fact the system has more opportunity to find pockets of saving through the operation of the cooling system.
So you empower customers basically throughout that journey by giving them the opportunity to define how
it's an educatory, it's an
right?
educatory experience. And the interesting thing is, in fact, we didn't think of this when we started out, but a lot of customers say to us, actually, it's also great as a kind of a training tool for junior mechanical engineers that are coming into the data center to help them understand how the system works, because part of that trust building set of features that we've built is the fact that the system explains in natural language to the user why the system's making the changes that it is, what the trade-offs are, what the compliance implications are, and what the economic impact is expected to be. So they kind of get a real view of why the system is doing this and why they should or should not follow the recommendation.
Interesting. Matt, what kind of discussions do you have with those guys? Because it might be a discrepancy between resiliency in terms of backup power and using the battery for flex trading purposes, or do I switch off the people in a power outage that shall be supplied around, so that there is various potential options, and depending on who you're talking to, I assume there is a different outcome.
Yeah, and this is where it gets quite interesting, where we are today versus where we started the program. We started the program thinking about kind of the existing idle batteries that telcos might have, a couple of hours maybe of lithium, maybe some lead acid batteries, maybe some diesel, and maybe we would encourage them to upgrade and then stitch them together into a virtual power plant. What we've ended up is much bigger systems for the infrastructure owners, and that is because they're comfortable with CapEx, whereas Vodafone don't want to spend CapEx on batteries. They're interested in acquiring more customers. Neither does Deutsche Telekom, neither does any of the big telecoms companies in the markets that you're familiar with all around the world. So how do they respond to more challenging weather patterns, more extreme outages of various kinds, and indeed the regulators' responses to all of these outages without spending lots of CapEx? When they look to the operators, and it's a kind of similar way to what Eric was saying, and the operator then has this, well, how do we monetize this much larger system that we're now being encouraged to invest in? And energy markets are the answer. So there's actually many fewer trade-offs at a sort of fundamental level than the question maybe suggests. The difficulty comes, okay, we've created this business case for this much larger system that can back up many more users for much longer time. It all sounds like a brilliant victory for resilience as well as net zero, of course. But then what happens when the outage does come? Well, you've dispatched all your energy into a wholesale market for the benefit of the infrastructure owner and the trading company, and maybe a little copier in the middle takes a little cut, who knows? Be nice one day, but not to begin with. So we have to develop this ability to predict when the outage comes, and to predict both time and space, so that we can take the exact right assets out of the trading pool and make sure that they are completely ready to back up the infrastructure for the time that's needed. And this is our technology. Doing the VPP, controlling the assets, you're very familiar with. It was your business for a long time. It's controlling these assets, dispatch them into the markets, great. But how do you make sure that they are safe and ready for the job that they are fundamentally needed for, which is to make sure that we can all communicate, including in emergency situations?
Yeah, and suddenly you have the grid operator as well as a stakeholder, because bigger assets, you need to make sure that they are safe, etc. And the grid operator tells you that grid connection was not laid out in that way for bigger batteries. So it's quite a complex environment.
Yes. I don't need to explain to people who work for utilities the difficulty that has, and we're going through this journey with Connor and the ESB team right now is to navigate these processes.
Yeah, he told me exactly that, and it takes quite some time to convince the grid operator.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting working with a heavily regulated state-owned enterprise that can't get it, has to be almost worse treated by its heavily regulated state-owned partners across the building, but it's part of the fun.
Yeah. John, the future of customer enablement, how do you see that? I mean, there is a lot of technological options available now. What do you see coming up?
Yeah, I think, the future, at least for what we're seeing with our customers, is automation. First of all, casting a wide net on as much data that you can publicly retrieve and analyze of these commercial and industrial rooftops or solar opportunities or, load profiles, and then feeding them into modern sales flows and modern sales systems that are speaking the language of these industries, it really starts to lower the barrier to entry and build trust and rapport. It's something that we were speaking about earlier this week in one of my spin-off groups, is really understanding kind of the customer processes, their hours of operations, their load profiles, what kind of equipment they have, but marrying that with tools that can send, thousands of cold LinkedIn, thousands of cold email. I know not everyone likes being solicited in that capacity. GDPR certainly has its own array of challenges, but when you have a market as large as the United States for commercial and industrial buildings, there's really so much that you can do for leveraging automation and data, and then also really learning about how your customers go to market, figuring out what their strategic special sauce is, whether it's a unique product or whether it's a unique kind of data flow. We would love to just begin taking that, building agentic workflows and automating that to the nth degree. And we're still early in figuring out what's really, really resonating, but there's some really good success cases of engagement and pipeline generated in a really short amount of time using these processes.
Can I jump in? Because you asked us to find something we would disagree on, and I found it.
Please.
So it's not automation, although perhaps in your environment that's easier to get to. It's collaboration. Like the way that these AI-based systems, I think, will be best adopted, particularly in critical infrastructure systems, is through a collaborative paradigm with the user, not through kind of brute force automation. I was saying to somebody at lunch, I read a very good article in The Atlantic about a week ago by a couple of long-time product owners in the AI space, saying that if you're having to add guardrails around things that you're automating, it means that the core technology that you're using to automate isn't mature enough yet for doing automation. You've got no right to do it. But what you should do is look at how you can have that system collaborate with the user and to build trust through that approach. So perhaps it's different in what you guys are doing, but for us, it's not automation. That's somewhere to get to, but it goes through collaboration.
Might want to add even one example of a company that I'm working with as well. They do agricultural PV. They can really do the entire planning cycle with a push of a button. They use AI as well. They incorporate all the data, etc. So even all the design work and everything is really push of a button. Still, what they do is they offer their customers not the full interface. They print a PDF a couple of days later or even weeks later, because otherwise the customer doesn't believe that this is all generated by AI, that this is all fully automated. The customer doesn't get the value of that, and this is why they are waiting for a couple of days. Then they print a PDF and send it via postal service, in that case to farmers. But it's all about building trust. And this, in my opinion, is as well the next point. I mean, when I was sitting here or in your shoes here in 2017, nobody talked about AI. We talked a little bit about algorithms, or we even touched machine learning a little bit as a term, and now everybody is talking about AI. But we know as well that many people are concerned, are afraid because they don't understand AI. So how can we build trust, and what's the role of AI? How do you see it evolving over the next couple of years in your business?
Well, I mean, GDPR is not friendly to us either, because we're in someone's home and if we tell them we're monitoring when you're turning it on, how much power you're consuming, they generally get a bit aversive. But that being said, at least within what we're doing, we're seeing an increasingly high number of people getting more educated in how they consume power in their homes. At least in the UK, because the cost of electricity is quite high, that sense of responsibility of how much energy they're consuming and ways to reduce that is in many ways causing automation to be a lot more welcomed. People do want to know, like we work on some student accommodation projects, and a lot of times you've got the property managers wanting to know how to tell the students how better to manage their energy systems. And that's an amazing way of basically telling the next generation, this is the future where it's not going to be everything gets electrified. There's going to be load on the grid. So you got to be more aware and careful about how you actually use your electricity. And so in that process, what we've observed is this kind of push from the customer has made it a lot more easier for us to incorporate and experiment with tools like that. We've also talked to a lot of customers who are interested in like predictive control, knowing what kind of energy tariffs are going to come up and understanding what could be the cost that they're going to be spending this month or next month. These kind of features giving us that freedom is partly because there's more need coming from the ecosystem we're living in, the cost of living rising up and all these macroeconomic factors that's inherently making people more aware and more open to actually welcoming AI.
Matt, how about you?
Maybe just before I answer your question, I'll do the politicians thing and answering the question I want to answer. So you mentioned sort of, and actually Eric, you did the same, of engaging the customer, making sure that they understand the value of what you bring, what you're doing. So we heard from ESP partners and customers that where they already provide significant amounts of backup power, their customers haven't noticed that the grid's gone out because they've got this backup service. So the telcos didn't know that this was a service that they were benefiting from, and so when they engaged about maybe would they spend money on a expansion of such a service, they said, well, why do we need this? The grid never goes down. And the grid has went down a number of times. It's just that they had really significant and sophisticated backup systems in place that they weren't aware of, and that's something that we now have to think about building into our solution to make sure the customer really knows the value that is being brought by our solutions. In terms of AI, we talk about it in 3 ways. So one is understanding when the outages come, when they might come, to what extent, how long they might last, so that we can make sure that these backup assets are there, as I said before. The second layer is factoring in then the very sophisticated algorithmic trading that the likes of Swayna or Free Electrons alumni like Axel Energy or Grid Beyond from a few years ago, as well as then the Kinergy, the Origin, E.ON, EDP's own trading engines, the very sophisticated trading system. How do we kind of learn from and build in that kind of capability, whether we kind of partner with these companies, and how we do so. And then the third layer is how do we manage the battery health. So telco batteries have existed for a long time because of these backup needs. They're not necessarily used to cycling them at all, so how do we make sure that they are aware and can see the potential lifetime if these batteries are cycled much more often for this trading as well as this backup purpose. So those are, let's say, the 3 kind of windows of AI that we want to build into our
Makes complete sense. Eric, maybe if I remember correctly, your solution can save up to 30% of the cooling costs in data centers. How do you see the future? Is there even more room if?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So firstly, if I had to go sort of 3 sort of attributes, it's closed loop. So these systems are integrated into closed loop control systems that can include a human operator. It's collaborative and it's distributed. So the kind of traditional paradigm of black boxed cloud-based AI solutions really doesn't work, I think, for a number of reasons for kind of critical infrastructure and industrial applications. And I think there's been a wave of that has come and is sort of stalling, and then there's a bunch of us that are pursuing this rather more multi-agent distributed paradigm. So in terms of closed loop, I think that sort of makes sense. So here, with what we do today, closed loop, we're talking about closed loop systems to control the set points of the cooling system and including the operator. That can also be closed loop in terms of closed loop control, say, of workload scheduling and optimization within the IT stack. Now we move to the collaborative piece, because in fact what we can do is we can have 2 agents that jointly optimize the energy consumption of the data center, with one agent that is looking after the workload scheduling and allocation within a cluster, making sure that we're using up latent compute, we're managing the thermal profile, and that's interacting with the agent that is managing the cooling system. But it's also collaborative because we can have agents in 2 different, 3 different, 4 different data centers that are, through something that we use called federated learning, collaboratively learning the control problem across those data centers for the cooling system. And it's collaborative because, well, we're collaborating with the the human user as well. In fact, we can build feedback from the human user into the learning process for the agents. And distributed, well, I've just described it. It's distributed in that we have distributed agents within the site managing different parts of the infrastructure and the operations, and distributed in the sense that we're not centralizing sensitive data from the infrastructure of the data center up to a third-party cloud where they don't have control of it, don't have visibility, you might have sovereignty issues and so forth. We're leaving everything inside the client nodes, if you like, within the network that we're remotely managing. And I think that's a totally different paradigm to what most people are used to. But I think if you sort of look out into the world of AI for energy management, this is really kind of where people are going in these kind of distributed infrastructures. Yeah.
John, a difficult question. So if I look at your solution, AI obviously helps a lot to simplify planning processes, and your customers are primarily the utilities, solar distribution companies, etc. If you think one step further, the ultimate customer, how Jody said, the commercial customer in your case, is there additional room where you can, where you say, okay, we already have some ideas how to use AI to further help convincing that commercial customer that the customer gives a buy-in? So customer engagement, customer empowerment for the ultimate customer. Do you have already any ideas on your roadmap?
Yeah, sure. We're starting to run some pretty cool research and development on neural nets, CNNs for image processing. And so what that can look like beyond what we're already doing for solar projection is, one example is quantifying HVAC units on commercial buildings. That'll give you an indication of load. It'll give you an indication of maybe the type of equipment, if they're in need of a retrofit and upgrade, what other cross-selling can happen in that market. There's other kind of variations of being able to use CNNs specifically with the amount of imagery that we cover to basically just isolate different industrial equipment that we know to have maybe certain levels of horsepower, which then you can attribute to consumption. So it's kind of forgotten a lot, but a big part of what we do is project the energy profiles behind the meter as well. And only about 50% of our customers are solar. The rest, unlike the utilities here, they don't have access to consumption data, kWh profiles, estimated load data. And so that is incredibly valuable for their lead gen teams if you're selling a battery or a fuel cell or a demand response, megawatt in any given market. And so, I think, continuing to experiment with neural nets and building out image processing systems.
When you've done that, I might become your customer.
What do you need?
Well, if you could map the DC sites and give us that information about the loads, and we could tie that into our simulation stack, that might, where's Ivan? That could really speed up some of our pre-training processes.
I see a joint venture coming.
Okay, excellent.
So objective reached here. Good. Maybe last question to all of you guys. If you're thinking about what would fast track your business, what can help? Is it more money? Is it more pilot projects? Is it better regulation? I mean, all the stakeholders are here. So maybe just going through, what do you think?
It's option D, all of the above.
Yeah.
No, I think one thing, though, is definitely synergy. There has to be more symbiotic ways of designing and developing solutions to products, because I think increasingly a lot of companies, at least in free electrons, the energy markets can never work by themselves. It's a very highly tied up market to everything around us, and that means as I guess the solution devisers, we need to think more parallelly in terms of every other stakeholder and how these potentially conflicting solutions can lead to better opportunities as well. So I guess by that I mean I need a better brain. But other than that.
So Matt, more money, or what do you think?
We didn't plan this. But yes, we are in the middle of a fundraise. So we're raising our pre-seed, though that may not be the most meaningful term, £500,000. We're in late stage due diligence with some big name investors, as well as plenty of strategic angels from the sectors that we're interested in. So if any of you are out there listening, not taking one-to-one meetings, we'd love to hear from you. And fundamentally, this is what we're building is about the fact that the customers are not the edge of the grid or somehow not the grid. Their customers are part of the grid and need to be seen as such. And really what we are doing is fast-tracking the deployment of large-scale storage infrastructure by placing it at the customer end, rather than waiting for years and spending lots of money on a big grid connection, or indeed getting blocked by people who don't want big-scale infrastructure in their pretty countryside. So if you also believe that infrastructure should be distributed, and you think that telecoms infrastructure is as invisible as it gets, and there's a good place for it, then we want to hear from you. Thanks.
John, money, pilots, or regulation?
We last raised capital in 2020, and we've been building this product for the last 5 years. Capital is not the first thing that we need right now. What I need to do a better job at is hiring more for support for some of the accounts that we're bringing on, and specifically, I'm kind of in search of this kind of VP of partnerships that goes beyond solar and storage. Someone just who's experienced in other distributed energy offers that I don't know about. Maybe I haven't kind of experienced, but can see the the synergies of what we're building. But at the moment we have our weeks are booked up with demos. So the good news is that from a front of funnel perspective, we're not shorted, and at the moment, no need for capital.
Sounds good. Eric?
Well, similarly, given what we do and where we're doing it, it sort of fills out the buzzword bingo card, so capital isn't too hard to get hold of at the moment. Really, for us, actually, partnership. So, the data centers are, conservative, risk-averse, and for us, we think very deeply that, partnership is the route to scale. That's SIs, OEMs, utilities, and others, particularly perhaps in the IT OEM space. So it's partnership, but what we found is that we've had sort of a range of success in partnership, and it really comes down to how prepared the partner is to let us into the inside to help them shape the value proposition. Where it hasn't worked well is where people have sort of taken some stuff that we've given them and then they've said, don't worry, we've got it, and they run off, and then it somehow doesn't land, when in fact we know that for the same customer and a different partner that has embraced that collaboration. I'm going to sound very boring, collaboration, he's on about it again. The more collaborative we can make those partnerships, the more impactful they are, because we can all kind of learn from each other and bring something to the party. So for me, it's partnership full on, and try to make that as collaborative as possible.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. I mean, you guys are really on a tough ride. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about here. But you can really be proud of that. You will make a difference, I'm pretty sure. Big round of applause. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Great, thank you for sharing and for all the insights. We'll now have a quick round of insight about these different panels. So thank you, Priti. Thank you. And okay, Christine, I think you can stay here. And I'll also call Jeffrey Char, who is founder and CEO of Sogo Energy, bringing renewable power to rural Asia. A serial entrepreneur and investor, he previously founded Trende in Japan, and he led corporate VC at TEPCO. He also teaches entrepreneurship at top MBA programs. Welcome, Jeff. So this is a quick round about what we saw now. And now you're back in the startup seat. No, I don't need this.
Historical round.
Of course. And funny fact, or interesting fact, we were all, 2017, first edition, completely different roles. I think mine was probably the single one. You were at Greencom, and Jeff, you were at TEPCO. Long past history. Now you became an entrepreneur. Sogo, tell us what Sogo does.
We are pumping water and selling water in Cambodia to farmers.
That sounds okay. Top line, and then how are you doing it? Why aren't you selling energy?
So I built, after I left TEPCO, I built a peer-to-peer energy company in Japan, cutting edge technology, blah, blah, blah. But I was looking around in Cambodia, and number one, I can't sell electricity in Cambodia. the utility has a monopoly.
Okay.
But self-consumption is okay.
Okay.
So when we looked around what else uses a lot of energy, there are several million farmers. They all have diesel pumps. And I thought, I can beat that. So we build solar-powered mini-grids, and we self-consume the power to power electric pumps. We pump water from the river into reservoirs and the canals to feed or to, I guess, provide the farmers with abundant water at a reasonable price.
And what pulled you to this? How did you get the idea? What was the origin story?
Lots of mistakes.
Okay.
Yeah, just, again, I teach business school in Cambodia, and I was hanging out there a lot, and I thought, what can I do next to help out? And one thing led to another. And now, hey, Mom, I'm pumping water in Cambodia.
I guess it's one thing led to another is kind of also a theme that comes up and again, and paths are not fully decided or can be decided from the beginning. Okay, cool. Now you as well, you didn't mention VentureWork, but what do you guys do at VentureWork?
It's not that easy as just like pumping water. It's a little bit more complicated to explain. Basically, I have to go back. When I was at Greencom, we were a software platform for energy management. We connected solar PVs, batteries, heat pumps, electric vehicles, did energy management locally in virtual power plants. And now, or basically, we had 4.5 million sites connected to our platform with about 9 million assets, plus or minus, under management. So we had big experience in what it means to build platforms, to connect to devices, to apply AI. I had a team of 35 data scientists in the end for AI. And we sold to a corporate, which meant as well that we have experience what the corporate requirements are in terms of security and all of that stuff. And we are now using that experience and helping other companies that want to innovate and create digital business models. So we are working with corporates, we are working with scale-ups, we are working with startups, and help them realizing digital business models by providing an initial platform. So we're building an initial platform, but we are not a platform operator. We transfer the code, we transfer the know-how, the IP to the founders, so that they can independently evolve that business model without a dependency on us, but we want to have a share in those companies, so we are participating in those companies. This is the combination of venture capital in terms of contribution in kind and technology, so we're really helping them to fast-track digital platform development to be quickly in the market, and we are benefiting from the success because we become a shareholder in those companies, but they are independent, and we hope that they do the right things then.
I mean, it's an alluring value proposition, right? You build up a business, you have the technical know-how to, make something concrete out of it. Is it easy?
No, it's not easy. But I mean, the thing is, we've done so many mistakes. I mean, we started in 2011, and we've done so many mistakes. And at least we can help our partners to not do exactly the same mistakes. They will do as well mistakes, but hopefully not that many as what we have done, because it costs time, it costs money, and you can just avoid it, and this is the experience that we can bring to the table.
I mean, curiously enough, both of you mentioned mistakes and / learning as part of the process, and there's a lot of value in avoiding it. And but so you've seen 15 of the startups of Free Electrons 25. What mistakes are they making? What are they doing right? Okay, let's go.
I have no answer to both questions, to be honest. Okay. I think everybody is making mistakes, and that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, the human being is learning when making a mistake. It's easier. If you do everything right, you don't realize it, you don't learn it. So that's good, but it just costs time. And I mean, I assume every one of those startups was pivoting to a certain extent over time. And this is why when I had the session yesterday, one of my statements was, write down what you're not doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the classical mistake of a startup, that you have so many opportunities, and obviously you're to a certain extent opportunistic. You try to pursue those opportunities, and it's really important to say no.
Yeah, true.
I don't know enough about each of the companies to give you good feedback, but in comparing the program in the first 2 years versus now, I think the utilities are much more aware of how to work more effectively with startups, and the teams have all got that muscle memory. And I think as a result, the startups benefit from that. You get to start a lot further ahead, and it's a lot easier to work with the startups, with the utilities now. I'm not saying it's easy, I know it's not, but it's probably easier than it would have been. And I think it's also fair to say that if you're trying to work with any other utilities, free electrons will be a much easier experience, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe one point, because you asked what are they doing right as well. I mean, what you see and looking at the utilities, I mean, one of the, not only utilities, but corporate problems is that you guys have many good people in the organization. You have brilliant ideas, but quite often you don't manage to get those ideas realized. And I mean, the startups do it. They just do it.
Yeah, they do. Indeed, and now in your panel, you focus on customers, and customers is fundamental. Jeff, I'm sure your water customers are very different from most customers. And tell us a little bit actually about that. Is it your selling process? Because probably interesting learning on edge cases. Your customers being so different from what you're used to.
So if I compare my two companies, my company in Japan, we've automated everything. As much as possible. Okay. So we have a very small staff and they're able to handle a lot of customers because everything is automated. On the other hand, my company in Cambodia, we are dealing with farmers. Many of them don't read and write. And one of our shareholders had said, why don't you build a billing system, because mobile payments are very popular and prevalent in Cambodia. The problem is if we were to do that, and if one of the farmers doesn't pay us, it's 4.5 hours away from our office to go and collect. And there's no guarantee that they'll even be there if we drive up. So we've partnered with a local co-op that is made up of the farmers, and they take care of collection. And we pay them a commission for doing that. So low-tech rocks in this case. Okay. If we tried to do it high tech, we'd be screwed. Yeah. So I think it's a matter of the appropriate level of use of technology.
Sure. And it's interesting because you're still in both places, right? So you're on the one side with high tech and low tech, and you're experiencing both things, reality at the same time, which is interesting.
It's an interesting comparison.
Yeah.
And I think this is especially important when everybody's talking about AI. But as I said, many people don't understand AI. They have no clue. Sometimes they cannot even read, as you said. I mean, you don't have to come to the customer with AI. I mean, you have to think the same level or the same language as your customer. And this is make or break for every success of the business.
Yeah, true. And looking at the future, you guys have been in the energy sector, be it high end, low end, startup, corporate. What do you see happening the next few years? I know it's a hard question. It's in the afternoon. That's what we're here for.
So I've completely fallen in love with next gen geothermal.
Oh, lovely.
So I grew up in Hawaii. We've had geothermal forever, but it was always considered a dog. Didn't work. High cost, low productivity.
Right.
High capex, high opex. But some of the new technologies, I met this professor at Stanford who came up with some interesting ideas, and he was talking to me and really got me to think about this again from first principles. And I think Japan, actually where I live, will be the tip of the spear on deploying and innovating in next generation geothermal.
Cool.
So I'm very excited about that. I think that's another type of renewable that can be dispatchable and of course carbon free. So super interested in that area, and hopefully Japan will scale in the near future.
Okay. Yeah, well thank you. What's getting you excited about future energy?
I mean, generally, I'm convinced that clean tech, renewable will win. That's,
Okay, yeah.
It's not a question if, it's a question when. I mean, we all know the political environments keep on changing in all the countries, and sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. And right now, times are rough, but economics are just good. So there is no chance that we cannot win this battle here. It's just a matter of time, and there might be a little bit pushback here and there, but generally that decision is taken because economics are just good. And I'm not believing in technology if economics are not good, but now we reach a tipping point where it's very clear. So,
okay, yeah, and I think it also demonstrates that how hard it is startups and utilities to innovate fast and making a profit while doing it. So economically sustainable way of doing it. So that it might be a barrier to speed further, but we need to do it, right? We need to go forward and move fast. So you're excited about geothermal, and which is okay, probably one of the next growing. You think it's an exponential technology?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Why not? All right. Well, that timer isn't correct, but I'd like just to take this last few minutes to inspire a little bit the audience, be it utilities, be it stakeholders in the energy markets, be it startups. We've heard a lot of tips and tricks. What are the ones that are not obvious that we missed that might make a difference?
good question. I mean, when there is one thing when I do interviews for hiring people, one of my questions is always, how many mistakes did you do?
Yeah, that's a good one. List them.
And if they try to explain that they've not done a lot of mistakes, then they are not the right people, because I want people to make mistakes.
Yeah.
If they are not making mistakes, they are not risky enough. Then you can't innovate. If you want to innovate, you make mistakes. You have to make mistakes.
Thanks. Excellent answer. Yeah, thank you.
I think this room is full of really interesting people, very diverse, but you all share common passions. And I would strongly recommend that you keep in touch. If there's people here who you haven't spoken with, go out of your way to speak with them. But go out of your way to keep in touch with them. John has graciously invited me to come today, and well, actually to Jameson, but you know, whatever works, right? And so keeping in touch with John allows me to come and tell my wife that I'm working, and you know,
and we'll support that.
This is all good, right? So yeah, keep in touch with each other, and definitely leverage, you know, what you've already started building here.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Jeff and Chrissy, for keeping in touch with the program as well. So keeping this spirit and this family alive. Guys, thank you very much, and thank you for being game for the hard questions. All right, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Awesome, thanks, man. Okay, thanks. So moving into the next section, we're almost at the prizes. So I've got you in this sweet spot where you're here because you want to know who is going to win the Shinakimoto Award, and you want to know who the Startup of the Year is going to be. It's a great place to be, and you're looking down. Good. So 10th edition, next year. No open innovation program in whatever area lasts 10 years, and don't even talk about the results that Free Electrons has compared to any other. Not just in the energy sector, in every sector. But what were these crazy people and founders thinking back when they designed, got together, and thought, hey, let's get together, let's do some innovation? 2016, the year before the first program, this is the year where, do you guys remember 2016? What happened in 2016? Anything? Oh yeah, Portugal won the Euro. You were founded. Wow, early startups. What else? 2016? Web Summit in Lisbon. Okay, we got Portugal. Very good. Brexit. Fantastic. Pokemon Go. Maybe our kids, man. The launch of iPhone 6. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you're right, Brexit. Panama Papers. That was the year. But most surprising of all, the Chicago Cubs won the World Series. That is something that no one could ever predict. It's a once-in-a-century event. It won't happen for another 100 years. So an amazing thing. So looking back at the program, as one does, I went back and looked at what the energy market, what the energy people and the thinking tanks were considering and thinking was important at the time. And this is what they were looking at. So yeah, risk and resilience, commodity prices, it's a bit volatile. What do we do? Decarbonization, it's a newish word. We're going to do it. It's probably important. Do politicians think it's important? Climate risk, we hear you. What are we going to do? Is everybody else doing it? Am I going to be the first mover? No, maybe. Capacity, we talked about it today. Energy demand, flat, it's a bit boring, Yeah, sure, we'll put in some renewables, but no big rush. We've got time. Things are cool. And sure, that was 2016. And we had two main views of what the market was. The traditional one, same old dinosaurs, energy's going to be the same. Yeah, we're going to keep on having a little bit more oil, a little bit more coal. Sure, we'll inject some renewables into the market. We don't have that much demand. So sure, yeah, same. We'll cover it up, make some nice covers, and call things green-ish. We're good. Past is going to be the same as the future. We had a different group of people. They were thinking, no, the past cannot be the same as the future. We have a huge climate risk. We are contributing to global heating. We have to stop this now, stop this in as many ways as possible. Okay. Big discussion. Again, 9 years ago, right? Lots of doubts were there. Are EVs going to pick up? Is it going to be a thing? Am I going to be the first one to buy an electric vehicle? I'm not going to be able to charge it. Super range anxiety. I mean, cars had, 100 kilometers range at this time? Don't buy a car now. It's like your iPhone. Never upgrade in the first time, an iOS is coming out. Is solar ever going to be cheaper than coal? Or fossil fuels? What about the duck curve? Is it going to just crash the grid? Is it going to be a thing? Are batteries going to be a thing as well? Is it cost effective? Are we going to get enough energy density into it? Whoo, lots of debates, lots of questions, lots of conferences. While these were going on, others were actually starting to act and moved forward and had a different vision of all of this and thought, no, the world is actually needing a change for all the reasons that we know. And it will change, and we will trust this change, and we will participate in this change. And we will do it through exponential electrification technology, electrotech, because technology is the huge enabler to allow a transition that is both good for the planet, good for the grids, and will respond to an unpredicted demand at the time. So in foresight, looking back in time, sure, solar, amazing, but we didn't know that in 2016 at all. And other changes happened. So there was a little bit of foresight in this crazy team of utilities working together. Generation just exploded, solar and PV, went exponential. Storage, batteries, and lines were just basically high voltage DC lines. The installation kept on growing. Heat pumps, EVs, ended up picking up. Yes. So the possible future of electrotech and exponential growth did happen. And free electrons capitalized on it because it was there at the time and people started working together. Now, everybody got super enthusiastic about exponential technology. Every single utility pledged super ambitious goals. 2040 or 2050, everybody's going to go net zero. This was like midway from 9 years ago, like early 2020s, late 2010s. And so everybody's committed. Nobody really knows how we're going to get there. And if you ask any brilliant engineer, how do we solve problems? They will tell you with a serious face, by solving it, right? You just go on, take it on, and you solve it. And you depend on exponential technology. Now, exponential technology has a characteristic which is very good and very useful, which is price-performance improvement. Basically, technology improves its capabilities exponentially, but at the same time, its cost drastically lowers. So it's double exponential going on, which allows for the energy transition and allows us to reach those unfathomable roles and ambitions that we have. Who has, who does, who develops these technologies? Well, you do. Startups do. They've been doing it from the past, from a long time ago. But who needs to integrate them? Well, utilities do. And this is the world, I think, in 2016, and John may contradict me, but the world that utilities saw and Free Electrons was born into. These were the original partners, which then evolved, as things do, into the current partners. And they were doing something that startups were doing. So this was a startup playbook, and maybe they didn't know they were doing it. Maybe it's a good thing that they didn't know. So if you have a startup that works in a volatile environment where the future is difficult to predict, the best strategy to use is what we call zoom in, zoom out. Basically, you need 2 points of reference. The long vision, the long future, the pledge, 2030, 2040, what do we want to do, where do we want to get to? That's the zooming out. And then you want to operate in the zoom in, which is 6 months to a year window. Now, maybe planners are getting a bit uncomfortable in their seats. I get it. But how could you predict the world that came in 2016 without hindsight? You might be a visionary, you might have a few signs, but it was unpredictable. So how can you plan mid to long term if you don't know what's going to happen? Now, Vigantas, you were saying that you started in 2016. Good. How many startups are here? Raise your hands. Okay, keep your hands up. How many of you startups were working in the energy sector in 2016? 1. Okay, 2. No, you guys are from the same startup. No, you're two startups. So how can you plan for this? How can you, 9 years back, plan for technology that did not exist at the time? You trust the process. You do what the engineers say. You face the problem and you solve it. You build the airplane while it's going down. So you zoom in and zoom out. It's very unlike utilities to do so, but this group of founders actually did it. And Free Electrons is born, and the reason, because it works so well, one of them is that one. So let me just run through you a few years from the first one, some pilots. So in 2017, San Francisco, first ever module. Some familiar faces here. Some were startups, some were utilities. Connects with Origin. That was, interestingly enough, a pilot that took, 7 years to get working? But it was transformative for the Origin business 7 years later. Stirblue, 2018, with ESB and other utilities. Drones that were almost automatically go and look at lines and just identify automatically faults. So that was a notable pilot from then. Jungle with CLP. So predictive maintenance, machine learning. Nobody was calling it AI then, with CLP and other partners. EDP in 2019 with EnergyWorks, so making SCADA data more intelligent and adding some cognition to the process. E.ON, also in 2019, with EV Energy, so smart, intelligent, nice-looking software to help homeowners charge and manage their energy demands for EV for cars. 2020 was actually a tough year. COVID hit. And from, we had 3-4 months to change the program. We were all physical, in connections, and we need people to interact, to get to know each other, super important. But COVID, we can't do that, not even with masks. People can't travel. What do? We go digital. It was a year that was tough on time zones. We were having one-on-ones at 4 a.m., not the best, but we kept on keeping on. And ESB ended up, for example, piloting with Sidisi, which was not even a top 15 startup, but was a successful pilot. Also part of the Free Electrons magic. 2021, we developed we knew, COVID was still there. We developed what we called it Futureland. So it was like a 3D world where we were filming in Lisbon. And also we had the boot camp was here, green screens. It was super high tech. Terrible program. Terrible because it was tough, because time zones weren't helping. It was all digital, all online. So yes, we were keeping on, but we started having doubts. Can we still do this next year if it's all online? Some said, yeah, some said no. We're not going to follow on with this. But anyways, that year we had, for example, PlexiGrid. I think they were working with DSOs and they were working with EDP. 2022 was an interesting year. COVID was abating. We didn't have time to do a full program like the ones we have now, but we had like one module at the end of the year almost. So we went to Chicago, I believe, and we had got some pilots out of it. So we were back kind of on track. And notably, several of utility partners financed and entered, I don't know if it was the capital, but supported the R&D of power to hydrogen. It was, I think, the first really collective engagement with a single startup with a huge success of that year. 2023, we're back, full, connected, in-person program where things happen, where people meet, people end up working together. And it was, we had what we call granular energy fever, because everybody partnered and piloted with granular energy. 2023 as well, Hydro-Quebec with Salient, some long-time forecasting solution. 24, one of the many notable pilots, CLP with PixForce. So CLP from Hong Kong, PixForce from Brazil, working together. Now I think PixForce opened an office in Hong Kong. Free electron magic again. And 2025, well, the future is in the room. You are here. We don't know yet the full width and potential of what's going to happen, but we are very excited, as you saw this morning and this afternoon, with all the startups, all the innovation. Now, that's my perspective, and I love free electrons, but I'd love to have the perspective of utilities partner. What was this journey for you? So I'd like to invite on stage, please, Joanna from Origin, Christophe from E.ON, Tomas from EDP, Sylvain from Hydro-Quebec, and Brendan from CLP. Thank you. You can sit down. So now it's your turn to be startups. Thank you. Well, free electrons. An amazing program run by really far out and far-looking utilities that keep on running free electrons every year. Question, I think, for everybody: what keeps you coming back and betting on free electrons as an innovation mechanism? You can, I mean...
It's a program for utilities by utilities. For us, there's no other program that gives us such broad global coverage of startups. So for us, it's getting that breadth. And beyond working with startups, we actually get a lot of value out of working with the likes of these guys and ESB as well, and Jira. So getting their perspectives is so rich, so diverse, because we operate in different parts of the world, and we don't necessarily operate in the same parts of the energy value chain. So that's something that you can't get out of any other program.
Yeah, yeah. Even yours, I mean, you also don't operate the whole spectrum of the energy part. But what do you take out of free electrons?
Well, over the years, I mean, to start almost 10 years ago now, who would have thought that, getting a bunch of utilities in a room together, something exciting would come out of it, and in fact it has, and here we are. I mean, we didn't know what to expect. We were just having a go. At Origin, we were only smart enough to know that there was a lot we didn't know about what was coming with regards to disruption and the energy transition, and we knew we weren't going to find the answers in-house. Over the years, free electrons has certainly become the core innovation activity at Origin. It is fundamentally the funnel that drives innovation into the business. It also helps us benchmark our strategy to get an idea whether we're heading in the right direction, whether we're missing something, whether we're thinking about things the right way. And also the other utilities. So, I mean, look at these handsome men here on the stage who would want to spend 4 weeks a year with them. Is that a bit? Can I say that? No.
You can.
I said it. No, but there's something so comforting about having your problems reiterated by somebody else.
Yeah.
So we, occasionally sit down and cry together about all our woes, but that is extremely comforting as well. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I will, on my side, certainly echo what Brandon and Joanna just said. On the side of Hydro-Quebec, basically, well, many of you know now that we're among the few utilities in the world having, a large scale research center. So it gives us a lot of advantages, because again, we can be somehow sovereign in our technologies, and be a bit more independent, say, towards the OEMs and, the other technology providers. At the same time, we suffer this disease of why don't do it? So we like to develop stuff, our own stuff. And really, with free electrons, basically, we discovered a new way of approaching innovation, basically. Again, it's not that we weren't looking at what was out there before. Again, when we start a project, it's always, it starts with a lit review, and, our researchers, they go to trade shows and, some industry events. And so we thought that they were kind of, up to date, but it goes back to you don't know what you don't know, and and you're not aware of what is not out there yet. Yeah. And what is not out there yet basically is coming from the startups. Yeah. And so this is really what we're coming for, why we joined free electrons. It's really this, again, our first year was a real eye-opener, again, 1,000 proposals basically, from all over the world, different ideas, some very brilliant ideas actually. So just in terms of technology watch, it's really incredible. And so that's certainly a big reason. And like Joanna said, again, having this opportunity to meet other utilities that are having, the same challenges as we do. And again, discuss, do we have the right strategy? What will you do in this case? And all this. So it really has a lot of value for us. Yeah.
Good to hear. I don't think, you have a mic. Good.
So I would like to add on the point which was mentioned about utilities here, and to make it transparent for you why this is, for me, very valuable, and also for the program very valuable. So you can imagine, I do innovation since 10 years, something like that, and every month someone is calling me from all over the world, hey, I have a startup program, and you can join the program, and you see a lot of great startups, and you can connect with the ecosystem. So what is different here to these programs? In these programs, of course, I see startups, and of course, in these programs, I sit in these kind of rounds, and then here sits the head of innovation of a medical care company, and here sits the head of innovation of a grocery store. And then we have this kind of discussions, and we say, oh, you do innovation? Yeah, it's great. You do something with startup? It's great, yeah. And then it's lost. Here, I sit together with these guys. They know what I do. I know what they do. They have the same expertise, but they have a different perspective because they come from Portugal, Australia, Canada. So we can complement. And that's not only valuable for E.ON, it's also valuable for the startups, because I learn from this interaction what I don't know. Yeah. I don't know use cases which are already viable in Australia because maybe the regulation or the market is in Germany is just not ready. But if I know that something is working there, I can start thinking, and maybe in 3 years this is relevant for us. So that's really, for me, a USP of this program.
That's good. That's valuable. Tomas, yeah, you have.
Thanks. So one of the benefits of being the fifth in line for the same question is that everything's already been said.
So you check.
I can just echo everything that my esteemed colleagues have said, and maybe backtrack a little bit to thank you, Manel, for the amazing presentation. That was incredible energy there. So it's hard for the panel to follow up on that, and it's a blast from the past. Which and also I think it's pertinent to say BTI and Manel have been here with us almost from the beginning. So thank you to BTI for. Thank you. Also, all the work that you've put in, and not to repeat some of what was said here, but definitely when we started this, so the first edition was 9 years ago, but we started talking about it maybe 10 and a half years ago, and what we realized, to Christophe was saying, is that there were a lot of programs out there already. They were very different at the time. They were very cookie cutter. They were transversal to a bunch of different sectors, and everyone was doing the same thing, and it was all about mentoring and accelerating and helping and incubating, and we were like, no, we want to get together with some like-minded utilities that we all have similar problems, similar challenges, and we can help each other identify some of these problems, maybe even solve some of them, but together we can search out some of the most advanced startups and technologies in the world and help each other in the validation of this process. And it was key to us that one of the differentiation factors was it was going to be about business development. It was going to be about applying those solutions to our businesses and not a lot of chit-chat. And I think to this day is something that we still try to maintain real. We try to iterate every year. So the feedback that you startups give us and give BTI and is out there, we try to put it back into the program. And a couple notes on that, and maybe a story. We were saying this is 9th edition, but maybe we started 10 and a half years ago. It was different. We didn't know each other. So there were a lot of lawyers in the rooms, and we were looking at a lot of contracts, and we were all very, very, very scared of each other and of what the other utilities could find out about us, which nobody knew, and we had the secret sauce. So we debated contracts for easily a year. One big difference is that back then we all still wore suits and ties. that went away. So yeah, mine are hanging in the closet. And then once we got through with that, and the lawyers left the room, and we had the first edition, and we were all feeling territory. How's this going to go? We realized that part of the essence of the program, which is what happens when anytime you put humans in the room, is the human interactions. The human interaction not only with the startups, which we were expecting, but with the other utilities that go far beyond the program and create this virtuous cycle that we don't talk about enough. So, yeah.
Thank you. No, and thank you for bringing that up because it's absolutely true. Now, and starting from that side, if you can, might be not a fair question, but you've had many pilots, deployments, even investments. Pick one to just explain a little bit what happened, the impact on.
Okay, pick one. It's like, who's your favorite kid? Everyone has a favorite kid, but nobody wants to say it. So no, fortunately we've had quite a few pilots. Not all of them have ended up in rollouts. You mentioned Energy Works, which ended up being an integral part of our network solution. And then it was actually invested as well from our venture capital fund. It's an interesting story, but I'll probably, and this is probably not a good question to ask everyone because I think at least a couple of us would say the same. Okay. But power to hydrogen. Power to hydrogen is a good example. It was a startup from 2022, I think. So right after the pandemic, and it's just interesting because it's a good example of something that doesn't happen often, but we're always searching for it. In fact, this year, hopefully with ESB, we're also going to partner on a pilot with one of you. But there we had a startup which was very promising. It was low TRL. It was incredibly promising sector, hydrogen, and ESB. E.ON and EDP came together and said, we all want to work with them. How can we work with them? So we got together for a co-pilot, and we also put in a form of investment with Power to Hydrogen. So that kind of checks all the boxes of what is an ideal solution for a program such as this, which is not only about the piloting and ultimately the rollout. We talk a lot about pilots because that's the immediate next step of the program, but what we're looking for is the rollout after the pilot, both you and us, both you startups and us. Yeah. But there, what was emblematic of that was the partnership with multiple utilities and the sharing. You may not know this, you may not see this, but there's a lot of talk and conversations and even shoutings in our little dysfunctional family behind walls. But we're all trying to work together, and that was an example where we actually made it happen.
Yeah, good story, true story. Thank you. Christoph, we were talking about this just a few minutes ago, like stories that were impactful.
Yeah, we talked about this, but I don't want to give a spoiler of what might to come. But maybe to give you an idea what makes it special for me here. You see, when I was a young child, 5 years, 10 years old, and my grandma brought me to bed, she told me stories. And what I changed since then, maybe I look a little bit older, but I still love stories. And what is happening here is when we start the edition of Free Electrons each year, we start with a book of stories. You get 1,000 stories on the table, and I can choose 60 out of 1,000 stories, which I want to listen. Huh? And then I start listening to the story in the first pitch, and it makes me hungry to learn more about the story. And then it develops. We go to the boot camp, and it's not only that I can listen even more to the story, I can start contributing to the story. So it's an open story. I can design with you together the story. And everything we do here at the end ends up with that we jointly develop a story. So what can be better to just do what I love to do 10 years, with 10 years, now doing it every year with this program. And that makes me exciting. And all the startups here, they have a special story. The ones who are ending up here have a special story. With some of them, I'm not able to even imagine how to follow up on the story. But for some of them, I'm contributing. And that's why I'm proud to be part of this journey.
I'll take that answer. Amazing, thank you. Sylvain.
Well, on my side, I'll go along the same lines, and I think people on this panel will smile here. You know, Hydro-Quebec, we joined in 2023, and to make a very long story short, we were onboarded into the program just a few weeks before the pitch event, and I was literally pitched to Germany basically to attend the pitch event. I said, okay, wow, what is happening there? So it really started as there were strangers. You were all strangers to me, basically. And during the year, from module to module, and from, touch base meetings to touch base meetings, situation evolved, basically. So from strangers, my colleagues here evolved, to business contacts. Okay, good thing. And after that, they evolved to, colleagues, and eventually we ended up being friends again, that we, discuss freely and openly about, a number of topics, of course related to the energy business, but many other things also. But it's really interesting. And why I'm saying that, it's because since then, this is happening every year, basically. Again, with the startups. Again, like you said, Christophe, we get, end of January, whatever, approximately 1,000 proposals, that we have to screen and, try to pick the best based on what we have in front of us, the pitch deck. So again, strangers, again, even, the companies, brings Nobel to us, basically. Then we select 60 and we go to the pitch event. And again, the situation kind of changed, again, from nobody to, okay, now I see a name, I recognize, I see a face, and then we moved to boot camp again. First face-to-face meeting, and suddenly the situation changed. We become business partners at least, or even collaborators, and evolving like this again throughout the year to the end of the year. The grand finale where we seal deals, contracts and all this, and we enter into real partnerships. So again, situation evolves. So again, this is really my take here. So it's really happening every year now since the.
And apart from that, which I think is this renewal is important, is constructing. Anything that you'd like to announce now that you can maybe talk us through this, guys?
Yeah, actually, I'll let the video go on. And
okay.
Again, you were teased earlier this week, and I think it was mentioned, many times during the event. Again, Free Electron is about building trust, and again, entering into real pilots and partnerships and all this. And Free Electrons is also about sharing expertise, and again trying to help the startups help us basically. So and again, building trust is also related to agreeing on what information we can disclose. So basically, what was kind of secret earlier this week, again we agreed with AssetCool basically that we would show this to you. Again, it's an open innovation program, so open innovation, somehow we have to play open books. And again, the spirit, this is really what is Free Electrons. Again, real collaboration between the startups and the utilities. So again, preliminary results of a quick trial with the AssetCool technology just a few weeks ago, actually. And yeah, so happy to share that with you, and again with the agreement of AssetCool.
Great. Well done. So we're running a little bit out of time, but just if you had to select one momentous pilot / deployment at Origin.
I'm gonna have to be quick now. It is it's hard to pick just one. I'm just gonna do two quick ones for the reason that they are really at the core of what we now do at Origin. So very, very early on in the first year, we did a trial with Tempus around the orchestration of distributed assets, and we did do a trial and we invested some money. Tempus didn't continue on as an entity, but it certainly sparked something at Origin. And as a result of that, we went full scale into developing our own internal proprietary VPP, which is the backbone of the business. A lot of activity and a lot of strategy going forward. So that was, I would say, that was quite transformational. And the other one was around customer. So the VPP is an example of flexibility and us recognizing that the value of flexibility is huge. And what I mean by flexibility is demand, supply, and particularly distributed. The other core area of focus is the customer. I mean, it always has been, but through the program, we've sort of identified that creating experiences and a connected world for the customer is crucial. And how do you do that? How do you engage with them? We deployed. So Tempus was a trial. This one with OhmConnect was just a full-scale deployment of a behavioural demand response program, and it went to hundreds of thousands of customers, and we learned a huge about how customers react and how they respond. And the quick link for the startups in the room for that one is that yesterday on the alumni panel, one of the alumni mentioned that when we say it's a one-year program, we're lying. They're right, we are. We're not intentionally being misleading, but the program certainly continues beyond that first year. And the deal that we struck with Ohm Connect was 3 years after the first time we met them. So it's a matter of timing as much as anything else as well.
Timing, of course. Thank you.
For CLP, it can be quick because you mentioned up on the screen earlier, and we had them join us in the master module, and that would be Pix Force. I think that was memorable for us because they were fantastic to work with. We piloted their solution. We then went on to deploy their solution this year, and with one of the business units, and then exploring other pilots with other business units, and they've relocated to, they've moved to Hong Kong as well, so expanded there.
Yeah.
So it's great to see their growth and be a part of that growth, which all started here at Free Electrons, so that's something special for us.
Great. It's another great story, Free Electrons story. Now, wrapping it up, and I think just, Joanna, do we have anything to announce?
Joanna, do we have something to announce? Well, next year is the 10th year of the program, so it'll be bigger and better than ever, and we're all super excited about it, and we've created a brand new shiny website for that purpose, and applications are open, so tell your friends, spread the word, apply. It's going to be amazing.
Excellent. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. So, thank you very much, and thank you for being, allowing me to put you guys on the spot. And we're really getting to the last moments of the Open Day and this year's program, which means that we will have, as you know, we have 2 awards every year, the Shin Akimoto and the Startup of the Year. And we'll start off with the Shin Akimoto Award, but it has a lot of history and story behind it. And to help us understand the context of the Shin Akimoto Award, I'd like to call Jeff Char. Thank you. Have a mic? Mic? Okay. I'll give you a mic.
So John asked me to come and give the Shin Akimoto Award. For those of you who don't know, Shin was my best friend at Tokyo Electric. The day I joined the company, he met me downstairs and got me past security. And when I was told that I could pick my own team, he was the first guy I picked. To give you a bit of understanding of what Shin's like, Shin was very un-Japanese. He made John look like an introvert. Yeah. That's hard. Yeah. So he really was, we had to take some business trips. We were visiting a bunch of innovative startups all over Europe. And I remember we started our 2-week journey in Switzerland. We went through many different cities in Germany and back out through Switzerland. And along the way, every time we got to a new city, he would throw away his clothes because he was lightening up his suitcase so that on the way home, he could take back exactly 23 kilos worth of alcohol. And he had it measured, that and Nutella. So it was like, anyway, that's Shin. He's somebody who would eat Nutella with a spoon while watching TV and while drinking schnapps. So obviously, he didn't live long. So I got the bad news on a flight back from Berlin. We were talking with him before we got on the plane. And when I landed in Tokyo, I heard that he had passed away. So in memory of Shin, the Free Electrons utilities agreed to create the Shin Akimoto Award. And we give this every year to one of the startup people who best reflects or I guess, exemplifies the positive attributes of Shin. And I have the pleasure of being able to give this award. So this year, Hannah, you stand up, please. Yes, thank you. Okay, so Hannah drew this lovely photo here, or picture, and I don't know who the award recipient is. So, actually I was right. Okay, Karina Yamamoto. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I was not expecting that. Thank you so much, Hannah, for doing that. This is absolutely beautiful. And I'm very surprised. I don't know what to say, but I'm very thankful for the program, for meeting all the utilities, not just on a business level, but also get to know each one of you as people, having fun, building memories. And let's have some fun tonight. I think we all have a lot to celebrate, a lot of great success. And yes, thank you so much.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, and congratulations, Karina. And now, the next award is for Free Electrons 2025 Startup of the Year. And to present this award is Pat Fenlon, who's Executive Director of Customer Services at ESB. So please welcome Pat Fenlon.
Want me to hold it? Afternoon, everybody. You're all having a good time this week, I take it. I thought I was going to get a golden envelope, but I only have a white piece of paper with a few words on it. But it doesn't matter. It's the winner. The winner's going to be announced very shortly. Look, I'm Executive Director of Customer Solutions. And I enjoyed the discussions this afternoon in particular. What we're about in Customer Solutions is empowering our customers on a journey to a clean energy future. And I think it was Christian said earlier, really struck a chord with me, is that we need to talk the language or think the language of our customers. And that's something for all of us to recognise, because we're all thinking of net zero. Our customers are all in different places. And if we can meet them where they are and help them on that journey, that's going to make the difference. I think that's everybody in their own way in this room is looking at some aspect of that journey. It was also, I think it was John and Eric, it kind of struck a chord with me in terms of what this Free Electrons program is about. I think it was John and Eric on the Empowering Customers panel that started out with a disagreement around the relative importance of automation versus collaboration. And they ended up talking about having a joint venture. So I think, if you think about the Free Electrons program, you're all starting out with ideas that we need to, innovate, learn, adapt, and grow, and see can we meet with the utilities with something that's going to work. And so it kind of really struck a chord with me. That's what you're good at. And as the panel said, what's so good about this program is it brings startups with maybe a different way of thinking to us and utilities, and maybe a faster way of getting things done to bring us together. And that's, I think the panel covered that pretty well. So that's what this program is all about. Now getting on to what you're all really waiting to hear, but before I get there, just to say, look, on behalf of ESB, as a member of the program, really delighted to be here. Remember with all our partners, China Light and Power, EDP, E.ON, JERA, Hydro-Quebec, and Origin Energy. And look, I think while we're going to name a winner here, I think this went from 1,000 down to, was it 60 and then 15, and okay, we'll have one winner for this particular award, but I think, look, you know, to make it this far and to have the recognition and the involvement with utilities that you're getting with your initiatives, I think really is fantastic progress for all of you. So I'd say well done to everybody for making it this far. It really is a successful journey for all of you, and all of you have contributed to, I suppose, the strength and momentum of this year's programme. And well done. I just admire the achievement and the tenacity that all of you have shown. And I wish all of you, no matter what way the pack goes, the best of luck on the road forward. Now, all of that being said, and I think Manuel has the award here for us. The winner it's up here on the screen, isn't it? The Startup of the Year 2025, and the featured on the screen earlier is Asset-Cool.
Well done. Well done. Good. Thank you, Pat.
Well, thank you so much. It's really quite an honour of 887 applicants to be the winner. But I think all the credit really has to go to this man here. He's done all the hard yards, you know, from Sydney to Hong Kong to much of it here. I've been playing golf. No, but it's been a momentous year for us, and you know, Hydro Quebec have played an immense part of that. What we achieved with the drone, that project started formally in February, to basically be flying materials up to an overhead power line, applying it, so then you have 30% more power, and then to come back in a matter of minutes per span, it's really quite incredible. And achievement of collaboration with utilities. So thank you so much, Maxime, Christian, everybody. We've learned so much. ESB as well, incredible hosts, wonderful week. We look forward to taking that forward, and also EDP. I forget the handsome man's name, but you know, we'll be doing some lab testing, taking it forward. So yeah, once again, thank you so much. It's a great honor. And yeah, I'll just pass to Oliver to say a few words as well.
Well, I don't know how I can top that off. I just want to say thank you. I mean, part of being a startup is you work at pace, you achieve a lot, sometimes you break things. And this really means a lot, actually having an award. We don't take time to celebrate normally, it's just on to the next biggest thing. I think sort of joining a program like this and seeing everyone's quite amazing ideas, I think sort of imposter syndrome definitely set in. Do we belong here? Is our idea good enough? Do utilities want us? And it's been an amazing year for the company. Like we've done our Series A, like we get to work with the likes of Hydro Quebec, and we can achieve a lot, as you saw with the drone. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone, and I know this sounds corny, but you are all winners here.
Well done. Congratulations. Thank you, man. Don't leave. Okay. No. Sorry, Oliver.
Okay, we're nearly there. Look, it's just my pleasure to bring this week to a formal close, but maybe the informal close is going to happen later on, and maybe, as Olivia said, you're so busy sometimes you don't get time to stop and recognise what you have achieved. So hopefully this week has allowed you to maybe pause to recognise what you've done, think about what you're going next, or where you're going next. And who knows where that journey is going to take all of us, but hopefully you get the chance to enjoy a little bit more of Dublin this evening and take a well-earned clap on the back for each other. So look, congratulations once again. Olivia said everyone here is a winner. He did say that when he had the trophy in his hands, but I agree with him. But look, it's been a fantastic week, and I think look, there's a fantastic community. You can feel. I've only been here for part of it, but you can definitely feel the energy and the enthusiasm that's in the room. And look, what I think we see here is startups that are bringing bold ideas and continue to bring them, and probably that unstoppable energy. And I think that's really usually the key. If you have the energy to drive forward past those obstacles, which invariably come, and that's really what determines success in the end. And I think for us in the utilities, you know, again, you heard on the panel, I mean, what maybe our role here is to step up and maybe a little bit out of our traditional way of thinking and doing things, which is why we're here. Maybe to be a little bit bolder in our approach, and you know, maybe help move things along faster. We have to take more risks as well. So that's and I think this program, certainly for us in ESB over the last 9 years, and hopefully in next year as well, has probably pushed us forward a little bit in trying out new things in a different way. And it really helps us do that. So really thanks to the program for helping us on that journey. But huge thanks. I see John, I didn't see you run as fast as that for a while, John, across the room, and I've never met anybody that makes you look like a shrinking violet, so Shin must have been an interesting character. Well, I'm not sure what to say to that. But look, I will move on from that one, as usual, with John's comments. But look, just say a huge thanks to the ESB Innovation Pipeline for powering ahead this week. Look, I think it's been really good. But to all our participants, partners, organised, and the Beta E team, I met a couple of them earlier, well done. So, and look, I hope you continue to build on the connections that you've made this week and possibly this evening, but well beyond this evening, because you are a community, and I think you can help each other out in many ways, the same as us as utilities can help each other out in this journey as well. Next year, you've heard a decade of free electrons, and I suppose, you know, we're looking forward to bigger, brighter, better, bolder. Is that all the B words I can say? For, you know, next year to build on the success. And look, it's been well covered already. And maybe just to finish off, a quote from Peter Drucker, who maybe it's a little bit old for a program like this, but you know, he said the best way to create to imagine the future is create it yourself. I don't think I quote him exactly right, but you know what I mean. And that's what you're doing. So best of luck on that journey. Thank you again for your participation, and most importantly, best of luck on the journey ahead. And enjoy yourselves this evening, and safe journey to wherever you're travelling, and there are many different roads out of this room. Thank you and well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was brilliant. Thank you.